We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're here to do HackerFrogs AfterSchool. We're here to do HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things today. So everybody, this is what we're doing today. If you're not part of the Reddit, we've got a subreddit online where we publish our stream schedules, and every week we can see exactly what we're going to be covering on our streams. So we do a stream on every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. To all of my Canadian friends, happy Thanksgiving, because it's Thanksgiving up here in Canada. But we don't take a break for Thanksgiving because we're on that grind. So we're going to be covering 4 topics today, as per usual. So the first thing we're going to do for our introduction is we're going to do a bit of gaming. We're going to be playing some puzzle games to sharpen our problem-solving skills. So today's game is called 20 Small Mazes, and you can get it over at steampower.com. You can find it on Steam, and it's free. It is absolutely free, so that's awesome. If you're interested in getting the game, then you can get it over here at this link over here. And that's the first hour of today's stream. In the second hour of today's stream, we're going to be covering our HackerFrogs AfterSchool courses. And what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be doing session number 3 of the web app hacking course. So if you want to learn about local file inclusion, remote file inclusion, and some source code analysis, we're going to be covering that in the second hour. In the third hour, we're going to be going over to the Hades CTF Labs, which are over at hackmyvm.eu. These are a series of more advanced Linux privilege escalation puzzles, kind of. But yeah, they're if you're thinking about October Barbie says I can't get my Steam because all of my information changed. So are you saying that you got locked out of your account? I mean, if you got locked out of your account, you don't have to worry about buying this game because it's a free game and you can just get it on all of your accounts. So if you wanted to make a temporary account, you could certainly do that. I'm not too sure if the publisher offers this game for free or not, but you can probably. It's a free game and it's always going to be free, so you don't have to worry about getting it on sale or doing it within a time frame or anything like that. Okay, so but yeah, October Barbie, if you have any questions about cybersecurity or tech topics and stuff like that, you can go ahead and ask those questions, even if I'm not doing something that's super related, because I'm here to answer questions. Okay, so we're going to be doing the Hades CTF Labs, so those are going to be Linux security labs, and that's in the third hour. And the fourth hour, we're going to be doing a challenge, which is a challenge, well, they're exercises that we haven't seen before, and this is going to be a Linux CTF box challenge from Dockerlabs.es. So the module today is called chmod 4755. So I guess we're going to be dealing a lot with Linux file permissions according to this name. Anyways, let's go ahead and get started with the first topic. We're going to put 60 minutes on the clock, and we're going to be doing a bit of gaming for the first part. And I've heard good things about this game. It's called 20 Small Mazes, and you can get it for free on Steam. Okay, so let me hook up the game here. All right, let's make this full screen and let's pump up the master volume. So I don't know if there's a lot of... Wow, that seems a bit loud. Is it loud? Well, okay, let me turn down the volume a bit. Yeah, okay, let's return to the main menu. Okay, so let's start a new game. So apparently we're controlling this little dot, this little dot over here. Okay, click on a maze to start solving it. Okay, so let's see, new game. Move the game menu out of the way to continue. So I guess we move... How do we move the game? Oh, this is the game menu. Okay, so move it out of the way. Ah, alright. So it says solve this to solve a new game. So I guess we're the dot over here. And we control the dot using the arrow keys. Okay, and it's not a super complicated maze. I wonder if this is one of the 20 small mazes. Okay, we'll do a new game in slot 1. Wow, that's a lot of mazes. Okay, so I guess we click on the maze we want to do. So let's do the foldable maze. So let's see. Press space to fold. Ah, okay. So I guess what we need to do is we need to fold the maze at certain points to... Oh, nope. Okay, so we need our dot right here. And then maybe we go 2 spaces over. No, 3 spaces over. Maybe we move over here. Okay. So how do we get over to the other side? Okay, so we need to move over here. Can't move. Ah, okay, okay. So here we are. And now we're over here, and where do we need to go? We need to go down 2, and then over all the way over here, and then we can navigate to this part. Shota Fujimori, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. We're just playing a little puzzle game to warm up. We're going to be doing this for the next hour or so, and then we're going to move on to web app hacking session number 3 over at HackerFrogs AfterSchool. But welcome to the stream. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so now we're here. Where do we need to go? I think we need to go here? No, down here. Alright. Now we end up down... Okay. Okay, so what about this? So this lets us go over to this side. Okay, and now we're here. So where do we want to go to? Up. I think we want to go... Maybe here? No. Okay, so we definitely want to get onto the right-hand side. Or maybe we just skip over to this part. Yeah. Now we can hit the exit. Wow, that took a little while. Okay, so I guess this is just done. We have a little treasure box here, but I don't think we can interact with it yet because we don't have a key. Alright. Let's try this one next, Cloudy Day. So Cloudy Day, I'm guessing this has something to do with these clouds. So over it, if we enter the clouds, we come back on the other side. Or maybe it's not all of them. We want to get to the center of the maze. But while we're in the cloud, can we move around? No, I don't think so. We can go down here. This will bring us out on the other side, and then over to... and then up here. This has to follow some sort of logic. We want to end up over here, over at this cloud, so that we can actually get down to go through here to get to the center of the maze, and that's where the exit is. So I think we go down, and then there's 2. Okay. And then this will let us get to the center of the maze, and then we finish the maze. That's another maze done. Okay, cool. Alright, let's try this one. So this one's called Combination Vault, so we need to figure out what the combination is. We need to move to the combinations. I'm not too sure. Can we can click on this and we can figure out what the we need to figure out what the four-digit combination is, and then we need to do what? I'm not even sure. So we can move up to the top. This is kind of unusual. So when we move over certain tiles, they light up. Oh, okay. So we're trying to figure out this over here. They've got a dot, and this cross and the dot, I'm guessing this represents the quadrant that we're inside of the maze. So we need to figure out what the digits are. So let's start at the bottom left. So at the bottom left, so this looks like, does this look like a 7? Is that a 7? I mean, this goes up. This goes up. So this stuff is lighting up. It's not a 7. What could that number be? Oh, we see. It's a 4. It's a 4. Okay, so the bottom left is a 4. Okay, and let's try the bottom right. So the bottom right is this last. So this is what number could this be? And GX000 has subscribed with Twitch Prime. Thank you very much, GX000. We're not exactly doing any hacking right now. We're just playing a little puzzle game. So this goes up straight. It goes up straight, and then there's a thing down at the bottom. Lame. Well, you know, we're gonna be hacking. So is that a 1? So I see the pattern over here. Is this a number 1? Yeah, it looks like a number 1. So if this is a number 1, then this has to be set to the number 1. You know, GX00, we're playing some puzzle games. We're trying to figure out. We're trying to, you know, hone our problem-solving skills. Tufacho, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so let's do. So the bottom left and the bottom right, these are solved. Let's try the top left. So the top left. Actually, no, we'll do the top right first. So this looks like, what is this? Is this a 9? Yeah, that's a 9. So the top right is a 9. So this is top right here. So set this to 9. GX000 says, I won't be here long going to Thanksgiving dinner with the future in-laws. Well, good luck with the Thanksgiving dinner. I hope everything goes super well, and happy Thanksgiving. This is what I get for streaming on a holiday. Okay, so what is this? So this last one is top right. No, this is top left. Wait, this was top right is the number 9. Top left is, what is this number? This looks like a 4? No, it's not a 4. It's a 5? It looks like a 5. So that means that this is 5. Okay, and now we can exit. Awesome. Let's see. I hope to survive the night. I think you'll do okay. I think you'll do okay. That's just my prediction. All right, so that's one more small maze done. Let's do under construction. So what's the gimmick here? So it says press Z to undo, press R to reset. Press Z to undo, press R to reset. So what are we doing? Do we just want to get the bulldozer down to the corner here? Okay, so we break this. Oh, okay. So it looks like we can only break 4 walls. We've got these 4 bulldozer things. We need to find a path to get to the exit in the corner while only breaking 4 walls. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 5. It's not good enough. So if we break, what's going to get us the most mileage? We need to break this one here. This one down here. We need to break this one down. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. This is doable. So break this one, then break this one, then break this one, and break this, and then we're done. Okay, that's another maze out of the way. How about this one? It's called Buried Treasure. It says there should be a map around here somewhere. Press space to dig. Okay? What do we do here? So let's try the middle. I'm just hitting up the middle row. We'll test all of these. So it looks like it's not the middle row. We'll try the top row. I wonder if we can dig in between. Oh, these are all diggable. Okay, this makes everything twice as complicated. So there's no pattern. I mean, there's nothing that indicates which one of these squares we should be digging in. So essentially we need to try them all, which is kind of lame. Okay, let's try going, just doing these one at a time. So is there anything to indicate that we're on the right track? Oh, we found it. Is that? Wow, that was lame. That was just random. That was just random. Okay, so this one is you are the maze. So you are the maze, which means we need to move these. Okay, so we can't. Are we trying to get to the exit? So if we're trying to get to the exit, we would try to go around, but we can't go around. We need to maneuver these 2 squares through the maze. Okay, and then we can go down. No, like this. And then like this. And then apparently this is not the way. Okay, and then go up. This is really tripping me out. Yeah, okay. Oh, okay, we can re-enter the maze here. And then... Getting closer. Scorpion says that was the way. RZ does Ponogochi and Undid Things. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, just trying to figure out what the proper... Getting really close. I feel like I'm trying to thread a needle or something. Okay, we're done. Yay! Done. Okay, so what does it say? This is how you beat the game. You beat the game by solving all the puzzles? I mean, I guess that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so it says gravity points down. Gravity points down. Okay, so we're here in the bottom right, and we need to figure out how to get to the door. And I guess... why is there a key here? Put the key in the... You found a coin! Click and hold to pick up. I think we'll do this later. Okay, we're doing gravity points down. So... Uh-oh. This looks like a quick way to give yourself a big headache. So we're trying to... If we want to make progress, we need to go here. And we're trying to get to this part of the maze. So that means... Well, I mean, there's only one way to go. Okay, and we want to get over to here. We are here. We want to find some way to get to this side of the screen so that we can eventually end up in this area. So this area... So a lot of the time when you're trying to work out a maze, the best way is to work backwards. So you move from your goal and you try to figure out how to get to the goal from the other side. So let's see. This will take us... Let's try this one. Keep going left, I guess. Well... Uh-oh. Is this where I want to go? Oh, well, we've already come this far. Oh no, we're back at the beginning. So it looks like there's a definite way to progress. So this will take us back to the beginning. I think we need to go this way. And this will bring us back. So we need to go this way, right? And then here. Okay, we did it. We did it. So I mean, there's only... So if we go back here, this sends us back. So we need to go right. Gravity points down. So we need to do this. Oh man. Okay, that sent me back. So we need to go this way. Then go here, and then we can get to the exit. Done. Wow, that was not super fun. Okay, so next puzzle. I wonder if we can do all 20 puzzles in an hour, because we got an hour for this. So it says eat all the dots. Where are we? Which one are we? Okay. Eat... Oh, that's snake. So do we just keep on following this path? We're too big. We can't get out. Okay. So I think what we need to do is we need to avoid eating as many dots as possible until we clear this area here. So we clear this area, we get out, and then we can just follow like a very linear path to get to the exit. So this is what we're going to do. Oh, you know what? Yeah, this doesn't work. Okay, so I'm doing the undo button over here. We need to go up here first, because if we don't go up here first, we're going to be too big. Okay, and 187, thank you very much for coming by. Hey, nice to see you here. Just said you have to avoid. Yeah, I wasn't thinking. I need to be a little bit more strategic about this. Okay, so here. All right, and then eat this dot, and then go all the way up. And do I enter... So this is... Up until here, I just need to make one more decision. Whether or not I want to eat this thing first, or if I want to eat this thing first, on the left hand or the right hand side. So left down corner should be left for last. Left down corner. Left down. This should be last. I don't know. You know what? I need to figure out if... Okay, so we'll do it here. This doesn't work. We're stuck. Yeah, and if we enter here, we get stuck as well. So we'll restart. So this corner should be left for last. I mean, we definitely need to eat this. And maybe we can start... Maybe we can just go here. So... Okay, too big for upper right and left. Too big for upper right and left. So I guess we need to figure out which order we need to do this in. Sorry for backseating. No worries, no worries. We're just trying to figure out these puzzles. So which one has the least amount of space? I think the least amount of space is up in the corner. Like right here. This is pretty tight. And then we might want to do this other section over here next. Whoops. Okay. So now we're too big for this. You know what? So let's see if we're too big for this section up in upper right. Because I think we've got quite a bit of... So I think the order should be this, here, and then here, and then here, and then here. Okay, let's restart. So we're going to head over to this space first, because this is the least amount of space to move around. Or is it? Then we'll do... You can't be bigger than 4 segments for the middle left. Okay, so here... Yeah, we can't be bigger than 4 segments for the middle left here. So, all right. So here we can be at maximum of... Okay. So I guess what we need to do is we need to start here. Or maybe... Hold on. Let me try this. So we'll get this one, and then we'll get this one in the corner. But we'll leave the one over there. Then we'll avoid this one, go up here, get these ones, and I think, okay. Getting on, yeah, I mean, we just need to figure out which ones we need to save for absolute last. Okay, I think we can't wait too long to get this one. Cause yeah. Alright. We need to get this one, then this one. Thank you very much for following CCRRVVAA. Welcome to the stream. I guess we'll just... So how big can we be and still get this one? So curve in, and then... I mean, I guess we need to get it now. Then come up here. Lower left should be last. Lower left should be last. It has the most space for movement. Lower left. Yeah. Okay, so over here, then now, do I do the left or the right first? Let's try this. Okay. I think we can do right first, and then left. Okay, and then we can... Yeah, okay, we've got it solved. Okay, this is such a tight fit. Okay, yeah, this one was pretty cool. Had to do some thinking, but not too much thinking. And that's done. Okay, and we see here enter password. This is probably like a meta puzzle. We'll just leave it alone for now. And what do we have? So we have red, yellow, blue. Just password. Okay, so red, yellow, blue. Space to rotate. Oh, okay. So we need to go over here, and then we can move inside of the yellow puzzle. I'm just kind of winging it here to see if... Yeah. Okay, done. All right, next. What do we have? No escape. Press what? I think I see... What are we controlling here? So we're controlling the... It looks like it's trying to spell out some words. I'm not too sure what the words actually are. But let's see. Reach or read? Read? read the I can't read the read the unused letters. Read the unused letters. Read the unused letters. Press the ESC. Press the escape key. Press the escape key. Oh. Okay, well, I guess we need to press the escape key. Done. Yeah. This is kind of clever. What do we have here? Climb. Climb. Okay, we got a really long puzzle. And all right, guess we're climbing. I thought I was making such good progress too. Okay, so we appear in the square on the next level. So this is how many squares? This is 3 squares up, 4 squares up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we can climb up, and this will take us to 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. But this only takes us down. This takes us down, but this will also let us go up. My brain hurts. Okay. We go up, and here we go up, and then we go down. We're stuck now. Soft locked? I don't know, maybe. Maybe is there a way to reset this? Maybe if we press R we can reset. Nope. Oh, no. Okay, we just needed to enter from the right side, from the correct angle. Okay, so now here, we're going down. This one brings us up to here. This one brings us up to... Okay, so this'll let us get back to where we were. So I guess that's not the way. That's not the way. Okay, we'll go back. Where are we? We're down here now. Which way will bring us to the correct place? Let's try... So this one in the middle... Let's try the very top one. Brings us here, up, up, and then up again. Then we need to get, somehow we need to get to this part. And that's only accessible from this part, which is only accessible from this part, which is only accessible from here, and this is accessible from here. Okay. And how do we get to these elevators or these set of stairs? From here. And how do we get to this one then? We need to go down from those are the two from above. Here. Okay, so we need to find some way to make our way to this part. All right, let's go down. Down. Then over. Then down. So is it up? You have to somehow get to the right uppermost stairs. So the right uppermost stairs are over here. They can be accessed from here. Which can be accessed from this part. And this part can be... I'm just gonna do some wandering around. Okay, so we'll try. Swing this down. This is a dead end. So this does not help us. This goes down, then up, then... Oh, this is also a dead end, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so this is also a dead end. Or is it? Yeah, it's a dead end. Okay, so now... So we know this is no good. So this one's no good. The top one is... I think we did the top one already. But this doesn't help us out either. So up... and then up, and then up some more, but we can take the other up from here, then go down, then go over, and then go up here, and then up there. This is where it gets tricky. We want to get to this part here. Yeah, then down, then down, then down, then up. I think we've got it. And then exit. Okay, that's another puzzle done. How much time do we have left? 13 minutes. I wonder how much we can solve in 13 minutes. Alright, what's this? Scavenger hunt. Oh, this is the meta puzzle. So we need to get the coin and then the other stuff. So we're going to save this for later. Putting the pieces together. Well, I mean, it doesn't look like a very difficult jigsaw puzzle. Press spacebar to rotate. Oh, you get to rotate the pieces too. Okay, let's see. I mean, is it like this? Okay, where are the other pieces? So here are some other pieces. We just need to make it so that it looks like a maze. So this doesn't make sense. How about this? This makes more sense. Actually, no, it doesn't. How about this? Nope. So we just need to make something that looks like it makes sense. This is not it. Okay, so what can we do? Actually, wait. We can move our guy, right? Yeah, we can move our guy. We just need to get to the center. Oh. Okay, so apparently we reset. We reset our piece if we start moving the puzzles around. Okay, so we need to actually create... Does it need to make sense? It just make a path somehow. Yeah, well, I mean, if we have to make a path that leads directly to the center of the maze. Okay, so this makes sense. This makes sense. This makes sense, but this... Okay, now... like this. We'll replace this one over here. So I think most of this game is just about stumbling on the right solution. So does this bring us to the end? This brings us directly to the end. Okay, done. Okay, can you rotate the center? I think we could have rotated the center, but I don't think we need to. But Sumeria1, hello, nice to see you here. We're playing a game. It's called 20 Small Mazes. You can get it on Steam for free. And it's pretty good. It's good. I think it's pretty good for a free game. You've got these little mazes, and each one has a different gimmick. Okay, so what does it say here? It says the exit is like right there. I mean, I'm pretty sure these arrows have something to do with the puzzle. Oh, we're jumping. So if there's an arrow next to us, it means that if we move, we'll jump in. If we move in the direction, we'll jump over by 1. Is that it? Okay, so this means we'll jump by 1. This will take us here. Are we always jumping? We're always jumping by 1. We're always jumping 1. This brings us back to the center. We jumped over the door. Okay. Always jump 1 and arrows change directions. Yeah, unless it's a 2 arrow. I mean, I'm not too sure if that's... We can jump here. So we want to... Where do we want to end up? We want to end up on this square. If we're on this square, then we can jump into the door. But how do we end up in this square? Okay, let's do some experimentation. So we can jump. Oh, we can only jump if there's a space to jump into. Okay. Can't jump here. Can't jump there. I think the one tile island is the root like bottom left. Bottom left. We have to jump over in this case. Okay, this brings us back to the beginning again. Oh man. Okay, Samaria says if you go all the way to the left, you can jump another side like a snake. If you jump all the way to left, I mean, we found our way up to the, how did we do that last time? Yeah, this brings us back to the beginning again. Take the arrow below the door. The arrow below the door. The arrow below the door. Yeah, okay, we can aim for that. Or no, we need to somehow find our way on this line. Okay, yeah, alright. Thank you, Scorpion. Sure. So from here, we want to... If we could find a way to end up on this square or this square, I think the easier way, I think the way they want us to do it is they want us to jump onto this square, which will push us in here, and then we can jump here and then there to get to the exit. So how do we find our way? We need to find our way to get up to here. 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 Okay, AI the Beastly. Hey, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so... How do we... We want to go here, which means we want to jump... How do we get there? Okay, I think the only move we have right now is to go up. That brings us here. Then we can jump over. If we jump here, it'll push us here, and then we can jump up. Oh, okay. Yeah. So jump here, up. Oh, but there's nowhere we can go from here. We have to jump. We have to go back to the start. Yeah. Okay. forget how we did this again. Okay, let's see. Scorpion says yes, no, get back to the upper right arrow. Yeah, let me figure out how to how do we do it again? Like this. Okay. So get back to the upper right arrow. Upper right. We can only jump this way. So the upper right arrow here, we need to be careful around here. We jump here, we end up here, then we can jump up here and then over here. Okay, from that you can jump above the arrow. Up, up, over, over, and this will push us to... Yes, okay, I think we got it. Yay, done. Okay, so what do we have next? We got 2 minutes. Can we solve something in 2 minutes? Scavenger hunt? Nope. Enter password? We don't know what the password is. I think we're getting pretty close to running out of regular puzzles. Oh, password reminder. Password reminder. Is this a QR code? Type password. Password or admin, right? Okay, you found a clock. Click and hold to pick up. Okay, so we got the clock. We don't know what the password is. Untitled draft. What? I guess we'll figure this out. What do we have? Is this a compass? Are we supposed to put the compass in here? Are we supposed to, Okay. So I have to include a sliding puzzle. It's the law. Well, don't know if we can solve this in a minute, but I guess we can try. Okay, so slide, and then we can move. I hate sliding puzzles. Because I'm so bad at them. Nope. Okay. Anyways, we're going to have to... Shota Fujimori says, hi, have to go. Thank you for streaming. Thank you very much for coming by, Shota Fujimori. We're going to be switching up topics, and I think we've got at least one more... At least we have at least one more session with this game before we finish it. Beep, beep, beep. Yup. All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and switch topics. So we'll come back to this probably next week. But let's take this topic off of our overlay. We're now doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool, and then next we're going to be doing the HackMyVM Hades demonstration. So okay, let's go ahead and quit out of the game. Quit game. Okay. Okay, now, all right, everybody. Before we get started, let's talk about what we're doing today. So this is HackerFrogs AfterSchool Web App Hacking Session 3. Jason, IT Solution. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so we're going to be working on this for about 60 minutes, and then we'll move on to our next thing. And what are we doing today? So everybody, this is HackerFrogs AfterSchool Web App Hacking Basics, Part 3. And thank you very much, Scorpion, for following, and to Bruno007, thank you very much for following. You know what? Let's give you all a great hack the planet, because we're about to start our lesson.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, that's a nice web developer on the slide. web developer? Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure I got the I got all these assets from a free art site. So free stuff you can put on your stuff. I think it's called like Pixabay, pixabay.org, I think. Anyways, this is HackerFrogs After School Web App Hacking Basics Part 3. Let's talk about what we learned in the previous lesson. So this is the third intro to web app hacking workshop. In the previous workshop, we learned about the following web app hacking concepts. So we learned about the HTTP refer header. Well, we learned about HTTP headers in general last time, but the HTTP refer header, which is misspelled on purpose for some reason, it contains the value of a complete or partial address of the web page that is making the request. This is often used for analytics or logging, and we learned about last time. The HTTP refer header is occasionally used by web app developers as a security mechanism, but this is not a good idea because it was never intended to be used in such a way. It was only meant to be used as a logging or analysis tool. And we also learned about HTTP cookie headers. HTTP cookies are commonly used as a security mechanism that allows users to maintain an authenticated user session on a website. So it's thanks to HTTP cookies that we can maintain user sessions on websites. So they let us log in. In short, HTTP cookies allowed users to log into websites. But since cookie values can be modified by the user, proper care should be taken to ensure that valid cookie values are not predictable or easily guessed. So if I go over to any of the services that I'm logged into, say we go to Reddit. Am I logged into Reddit? I am logged into Reddit. So because I'm logged into Reddit, I should have a cookie from the Reddit site that tells me what my cookie is. So web developer tools, and we've got some cookie stuff over here. Yeah, so Reddit something something. And now that I've revealed what my cookie values are, well, you actually can't see the entire cookie. But you know what I should do? I should log out of the site just to make sure that nobody can hijack my session. So I'm just gonna, let's see, how do I log out here? Hold on. Can I make this smaller? Log out. So because I was logged in and I showed everybody my cookie, yeah, you could, if you have somebody's cookie, you could use their cookie in your web browser and you could get their session. So this is why it's important to practice proper OPSEC. Too late, session hijacked. Well, I mean, the cookie isn't valid anymore because I pressed log out. As soon as I press log out, the current cookie will be invalidated. That is if Reddit is an actual good web app. If it's a bad web app, then clicking log out doesn't invalidate the cookie, and people can still use that cookie. But Cybernerd Dante, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you a Nyan Cat. Okay, HTTP cookie headers. We learned about those last time. And let's continue where we left off. So we left off in the Natus CTF. So this is natus6.natus.labs@overthouart.org. And I think I've got a list of all of the links that we're going to be using today. So let me grab that. Hold on. Okay, session notes for batch 1. This is web app hacking session 3. Okay, so everybody, if you want to follow along with us today, you want to go to this GitHub page. It's got links, it's got passwords for all the stuff that we're going to be doing. So let's see. So Natus CTF links and passwords. This is the link that leads to the level of Natus we're going to be doing next. And we got a username and password here as well. So let's go to that site. The username is not a 6, and the password, let me get that password here. Okay, so everybody can play along at home if you want to. Okay, so here it says input secret. So we don't know what the secret is for the website, so we can just give a test payload here, and we can click on submit query, and it says wrong secret. So what is wrong with this secret? Well, the other interesting thing about this web app is that it also gives us the source code. So the source code here, we can put it in new tab, and we can see here that there is some PHP code. So the PHP code is the part of the web page we really need to pay attention to, because this lets us know what the secret is that it's expecting. So this is PHP code. We can tell this is PHP code because it's got these characteristic brackets here. So the brackets and the question mark starts the PHP code, and the question mark in the brackets over here, it ends the PHP code. So can anybody tell me where I should be looking to find the proper secret for this level? If you know, you can let us know in the chat. Otherwise, I'll be talking about it in just a bit. Sick in the minds. Yeah, I guess it is, what is that? Cool story, Bob. Yep. All right, so we're looking for a secret, and if array key exists, submit post. So whatever you post to the website, it's going to be compared against the secret variable. So the secret variable, we don't know what that is, but in the post request, whatever you send as the data for the post request, that's going to be the secret, and it's going to be compared to secret. Where in this code does it tell you what the value of secret is? So if you can answer that, then you can finish the level. So there's actually not very much code in here, and there's only so many places we could be putting the secret. Okay, so the actual solution to the level, it involves this line of code right over here. So the line of code says includes /secret.inc, and let's talk more about this. We're not talking about URL parameters yet, but let's go back. This is the so we've got this, and this is a keyword inside of PHP called include. And if we just do like a quick Google search, PHP code include keyword, we'll find out what it actually does. Okay, so the include keyword in PHP is used to embed the content of one file into another. This allows for code reusability and modular design, where common elements like headers, footers, or navigation menus can be stored in separate files and included on multiple pages. So what this essentially is it allows one PHP page to use another PHP page's code. So if you're familiar with Python, include is very similar to the import keyword in Python. So the code inside of includes /secret.inc is used in this code. So if we navigate to this directory, so this is a directory in the web app /includes, and the actual file is called secret.inc. So we can just highlight this, copy it, and we can put it in the web page root. So it's the web page root /include /secret.inc. And we see here we don't see anything because, well, this is being rendered out as PHP code. But the interesting thing is that we can actually inspect this web page. If we inspect the web page, we can see the PHP code in here. So most of the time when you access a PHP page on a web page, sorry, when you access a PHP page on a website, it's not going to let you see the PHP code. But I guess there's something specific about the .inc files, which allows you to see the code inside of them. So this is also something we can look up. So php .inc file. So let's see. So a .inc file in the context of PHP is a file intended to be included within other scripts. So inc means I guess it's the file that has the extra PHP code that should be included. Let's see. Sick in the Mind says, well, .inc isn't configured to be rendered by Apache. So yeah, I guess let's see. Key characteristics of .inc files, they typically contain functions, classes, configuration settings. They are incorporated into other PHP files by using statements such as include, require, include once, etc. And so security considerations, to prevent potential information disclosure, it is often recommended to put .inc files outside of the web root or directories with restricted access, or in directories with restricted access. So it's a rare instance where there's PHP code that we can read on the client side. So what are we doing here? So we got a secret here, and the secret is equal to this string. So we just need to copy the string, and then we need to go back to the base web page, because that's the secret it's looking for. Okay, so it says input secret, paste it in, click on submit query, and then we're done. Sick in the Mind says there's reference over here. So handler.html. Let me take a look at that real quick. Okay, what does it say here? So a handler is an internal Apache representation of the action to be performed when a file is called. So let's see, send as is. So does it say something specifically about .inc files? Okay, so I guess what the Apache server does is that it renders out PHP code, but only if it's included in a file called .php. But if it's not going to run that code. All right, so we've got the password for the next level. So the password for Nata 7 is this right here. So I'll copy this, I'll give it to everybody else. Not super urgent, but if somebody wanted to understand more about how it handles, it uses base MIMEs for certain file types out of the box. Apache only renders specific file types for application /httpd PHP. Okay, so Nata 7, that's the username, this is the password. But it is very interesting to know about all these little quirks of web browsers. So the password for Nata 7 is this. Okay, so we can just access the next level by adjusting the address. So we'll go from Nata 6 to Nata 7. The username will be Nata 7, and the password will be this. Sign in. Okay, so this time we're doing Nata level number 7, and we got two links. We got a home page, and we have an about page. So if we press on the home page, it actually changes the URL in the address bar over here. And if we click on the about page, it also changes the address in the bar over here. So this is what we have for the address for the home page. So can anybody identify something that's potentially dangerous in the way that that this page accesses whichever web page that it's supposed to be reading? Okay, So the stuff in here has nothing to do with the level. So the header, we don't need to pay attention to any of this stuff. We got an href to index.php, question mark page equals home, question mark page equals about, and hint, the password for the web user natus8 is in etc natus webpass natus8. So there's something very critical we have to understand here before we can solve this level. So let's talk about it. So let's talk about URL parameters. So URL parameters are variables attached to the end of URLs. They can be identified by the question mark directly after the web page or directory name, followed by the parameter key name, and then the equal sign, and then the value. So we got our example.com here /widgets, and then the question mark here, it marks the start of parameters. And then we've got the first string is the key, and then the equal sign, and then the value. So color equals blue. If there's more than one URL parameter in the address, there's going to be a ampersand over here to separate, and then there'll be another key and another value. So if you go over to google.com, this is something that's very commonly used when you do search terms. So if you search for something like kittens, and then you get a search term, you're going to see that in google.com, this is what the beginning of the string that comes back is. So it's going to be like this. So google.com/search q equals kittens. So this lets the web page know what it's supposed to be sending back. And in this case, we searched for the term kittens. So q equals query, and we are searching for this inside of Google. Let's talk a little bit more about this. So if there are multiple parameters included in the same URL, they're separated by the ampersand symbol. So this one over here. So this is how you can tell it's a URL parameter. You see the question mark here. That means it's a parameter. The next thing that follows is a parameter. The key equals the value. So there are a few different reasons why web pages use URL parameters. The most common one is for search queries. So if you search something from a database, you want to let the database know what you're searching for so that the database knows what to return. So Kusetti says, so is this live or a bot? I'm not a robot. I might, some people say that I sound like that my voice sounds like a robot. I'm not a robot. Welcome to the stream, Kusetti. Thank you. Okay, let's give you Hack the Planet. Welcome to the stream.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Okay, so we're talking about URL parameters. We're talking about web app hacking stuff. So, however, another common and potentially dangerous use of URL parameters is to instruct the web server on which web page to display. So if we have a URL parameter that tells the web app what page is supposed to be, or what file rather is supposed to be returned, that is a very bad thing from a security perspective. Scorpion says, I don't know about you, but this robot makes me want to play Greyhack again. Well, I mean, you can go ahead and play Greyhack whenever you want. It's a pretty cool game. So the use of URL parameters which reference other files on the web server could potentially be hacked or abused in an attack called local file inclusion. It's usually abbreviated to LFI. So what is this local file inclusion attack? So local file inclusion, or LFI, is a web app vulnerability where arbitrary local web server files can be accessed through a web interface. So basically what you can do is you can use the web app to read other files on the web server, not just the files that are on the website. LFI vulnerabilities can lead to sensitive data exposure and can also be used as the first step in a chain of hacks. The inclusion of file names and URL parameters is a typical method through which a potential LFI vulnerability is identified. So anytime you see a URL parameter, so something with the question mark and then some sort of name like page or file, then that's usually an indication that this could be the case. Okay, so before we talk more about this, we'll talk about local file inclusion and the way we have to make use of the file system structure to conduct the attack. So when we conduct this local file inclusion attack, we're going to be using a lot of these dot dot slashes in our payload. And each time we include one of these dot dot slashes, it's going to indicate an elevation of one level in the file system, traveling from the web app's working directory, which is /natus7, up to the top level directory, which is / in Linux. So, for example, if the web app is working inside of this directory here, before we can start accessing arbitrary files on the system, we need to travel up to the top of the file system first. So we'll go from the natus7 directory to the natus directory to the labs directory to the HTML directory to the var directory and then to the top level directory. So over here in the web app, we're going to change the address from page equals home to page equals ... a bunch of different ... slashes, just like this. So this is how we travel up to the top of the file system, and then after we've traveled up to the top of the file system, we can go back down into whatever file that we want to read. So most of the time, when we're doing local file inclusion tests on Linux targets, we try to access the etc password file. The etc password file is a file on a Linux server that that lets you know about the user information on the server. So because we can read this, this means that the local file inclusion attack worked. And if you think that that everything here looks a bit messy, we can also see a different format by looking at the page source. So in the page source, we can see something that looks a little bit more clean. Bosgan says, "Hi, ShyHat. I'm integrating an AI agent response in my CLI pretty cool project. Are you into any kind of personal projects right now?" I'm afraid that the only personal projects I have going on right now are things that have to do with developing new HackerFrogs programs. Anyways, there's an ad running on YouTube right now. So I need to run an ad on Twitch. Sorry, run an ad on YouTube and Twitch. And then I need to take a little water break. Okay, so we're just going to take a little water break. We'll be back in about 40 seconds. But while I'm taking my break, I can put on some bird videos for you guys to watch. So enjoy the bird videos. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. So if you didn't know, these are sparrows. They're some of the most common birds in the world. They're also very, very territorial, especially over food. Okay, anyways. All right, so yeah, Boss Gans, I think, did you hear my answer? Thank you very much for following So Ethereal. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm not I'm not currently working on any personal project right now. I'm only working on projects that have to do with HackerFrogs right now. Okay, so what do we just do? So we just managed to access a random file on the web server. This is not a web a website file. This is an underlying web server file. So this is what we're going to do. It says here that in the hint that the password for web user natus8 is an etc natus webpass natus8. So what we can do is, instead of reading this file here, AI basically says, are all of your videos for these live stream courses going to be saved on your YouTube? Yeah, if you go over to the Shy Hat YouTube page, and then you go over to the live tab, you're going to see that all of the live streams have been saved over there. So you can watch any one of these at your leisure. Okay, so we're just going to replace etc password with etc natus webpass natus8 so we can read the password for the next level. So it says here that, well, it's just a string. This is the password for the natus8 user. So natus8, and that's the password. Whoops, natus8. Yeah. Okay, so we just used a web app hack to get access to the password here. Let's talk a little bit more about this before we move on to the next level. So from the top level directory, we can provide a file path to the file that we want to access. So a typical test for local file inclusion on Linux, Unix web servers is to try to access the etc password file, since it's a publicly readable file by default and gives info about usernames on the web server. So if we go back, so this file here, the etc password file, it lets you know about all of the users on the system. And you're going to see all of the Natus users for the Natus game that we're playing over here. And we can see that there's up to Natus level 34. I haven't finished Natus. I haven't finished the Natus CTF game. It gets very, very difficult around this area right here. So Natus levels 20 and above. So I haven't been able to finish these levels yet. Anyways, let's finish the level and move on to the next one. Okay, so in the next level, we're going to be doing some source code analysis. Let's go back. So we'll go from Natus level 7 to Natus level 8. It's going to ask us for the username and password. The username is Natus8. The password is that really long password. Okay. So in this case, we're going to be doing some source code analysis. So if we know our PHP, we should be able to finish this level. Okay, we see here that the initial screen asks us to input a secret. So we can input something, we can submit the query. It says wrong secret. So we need to figure out what the correct secret is. The good thing is that they've provided us with some source code here. So we can put this in a new tab. Okay, and we've got PHP code again. We know this is PHP code because it's got the characteristic brackets. So this is the open bracket, this is the close bracket. And let's try to understand what the code is doing here. So if array key exists, submit post. So this is a very typical way that PHP checks for something inside a post request. So inside our post request, post secret, whatever we post to the server is going to be interpreted as the secret. And if they run encode secret on whatever we provide to the server, and it's equal to encoded secret, then it prints access granted, the password for Natus9 is something. Otherwise print wrong secret. So what's happening here is that our input is being run through a function, and the function is called encode secret. And it's being compared to encoded secret over here. we can see here that the function for encode secret, we see the code that's being run, and we also see what the encoded secret is. So this is the secret after it's been encoded. This is not the actual secret. This is the encoded version of the secret. If we copy this and we try to submit this as a secret, it doesn't work. So it doesn't work. It says wrong secret. So what's going on here? So what we need to understand is how the secret is being encoded. So we know that the proper secret, when it's encoded, should look like this. But we also see that the function is being run, and what's happening? It takes in a secret, and the secret is being, well, a bunch of different functions are being run on the secret. So the secret is being base64 encoded. Then the secret is being string reversed, and then the secret is being converted into hex. So we see here that this is hex code, and we know it's hex code because it's got a bunch of numbers that don't go past numbers and letters, and the letters don't go past the letter F. So the letter D, the letter C, and so we see here that these are the three operations that are being run on the secret to encode it. So what we need to do is we need to reverse these operations. Let's talk about that. So if we wanted to reverse the operations that are being run, the first one that we need to do is we need to reverse the binary to hex. And the opposite of that in PHP is a function called hex to binary. So we do bin to hex originally, but the reversed operation is hex to binary. So the original operation then becomes string reverse, which prints out a string backwards, and we can use the exact same operation to reverse a string again. So the last operation is base64 encode, which turns information into a base64 string. In this case, the reverse operation is to decode the string from base64 to turn it back into its original form. So how can we do this? So if you're dealing with PHP code, the easiest way to interact with it is to use more PHP code. So let's see, I think there's a website called Online PHP. PHP Online Sandbox, this one over here. So I'll give everybody the link. Okay, so I think we can make this dark mode so we can be hackers. All right. So PHP Sandbox, we can paste in our PHP code here, and this is what we're going to do. We're just going to eliminate all the code here so we can paste in our own code. And what we're going to do is we're going to go from the website, go to the website, we've got the code here, all the code. We're just going to copy everything here. We copy the entire code, and we're going to paste it into, don't want to see this thing, exit please, and let's reload the page. Okay, so just delete everything, paste in the code, and what we're going to do is we're going to create our own code to decode this. So this part of the code here, we don't need it. So the stuff that actually does the comparison, we don't need this code. So everything from line 9 until line 15, we can delete all this. So just delete it. We want to make sure we've got this part of the code though. So we got encoded secret and we got the function. We're going to adjust this so that instead of encoded secret, well, okay, that's fine. This can stay encoded secret, but we're going to change the function name. So encode secret, we're going to change it to decode secret. And instead of secret, it's going to take in the variable encoded secret. Okay, just like this. And then we're gonna change this as well. So here, secret is going to become encoded secret. And what we want to do is we just need to reverse the operations that are being done on the encoded secret here. So bin2 hex is going to become, well, okay, let me give the entire thing to everybody in the chat. So this is the entire thing. So what we need to do is we need to change the first operation to hex to bin. So hexadecimal to binary. We're just going to delete, well, we're going to go here. We're going to highlight base64 encode. We're going to replace it with hex to bin. Hex to bin. And we're going to switch the one on the outside from bin to hex to base64 decode. So what is it called? Base64 decode. So I'm just going to copy this. Paste it in. And the rest of this can remain the same. So string reverse is in the middle. Then the opposite is string reverse. ShinBDR, hello, nice to see you here. And welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so we've got our encoded secret, and we've got the we've reversed all of the functions to decode the secret. And the last thing we're going to do is we're just going to echo out echo decoded secret, run it on encoded secret. Okay, so the entirety of the code should look like this. If we run the code, execute it, it says fatal error, uncaught error, call to undefined function decoded secret. Did I? Oh, I misspelled. I made it decoded secret with an extra D. Okay, we just need to correct that and then execute the code again. Okay, and then we get this string. So this is the original string. The encoded secret was originally this thing over here. So we can just copy this and give it to everybody in chat if you want it. So we managed to use PHP code to decode the secret that was encoded using PHP. So we'll just go back to the application here. We'll paste in the secret, submit the query, and then we're finished. So the password for Natus9 is this thing. So I'll just copy this. Natus9, that's the password. Okay, so if there's anything you don't quite understand about any of the things that we've been doing today, let us know, and we'll try to answer your questions as best we can. But I think this is the last level Natus 8 is the last level we're covering today, but just to make sure that this is the correct password, we'll just try to log into Natus level 9. Okay, so this is what this Natus 9 and Natus 10, these are the levels we're going to be doing in the next stream. But for now, we've got a bunch of extra exercises that we're going to be doing today, just so we can pad out the time for this hour. Let's talk about it. Oh, are we doing Natus level 8 today? No, we just did Natus level 8. Yeah, okay. So Natus level 8, yeah, this is, you can find it, the exact code that we use to get the secret for Natus level 8 on the GitHub as well. So I'll just leave a Jason IT Solution says return small please on the echo. Return small please on the echo. This right here. So echo, we can use echo or we can use print, but either one of these is going to print out to the console. So in our case, we use the echo function in PHP. and we run decode secret, the function, on secret, and then that's how we get the password to the next level. Okay, so this session's challenges, we're going to be doing a few different Pico CTF challenges to round out today's session. So let me get the links for those. If you don't have an account over at Pico CTF, you can make one, because why not? It's free. You just need to go over to picoctf.org. Here you go. All right, so after you log into Pico CTF, so just go to picoctf.org, click on Practice after you've logged in, and then access the challenge we're doing first. So the first challenge, what is it called? It is called Local Authority. Okay, cool. Let's paste it in. Okay, so this is called Local Authority. It says, can you get the flag? Additional details will be available after you're launching your challenge instance. So for this challenge here, what you need to do is you need to launch your own instance of the challenge. So the challenge is going to be spun up as a virtual machine, or a virtual machine running a website rather. Click on the Launch Instance button. After a few seconds, you're going to see a countdown. Thank you very much for subscribing, Kumar Raj. Thank you. And welcome to the stream. Okay, so now we've got a countdown over here. We've got about 15 minutes to finish this challenge. We should be able to finish it in 15 minutes. It says, can you get the flag? Go to this website and see what you can discover. So we'll just go to the website. So everybody, you should be using your own web page, because only by using your own web page can you get your flag. If you try using my website, you're going to get my flag, which is not the flag, which is not something you can submit. So, but for people who don't care, you can use my website. Okay, so it says secure customer portal, only letters and numbers are allowed for the username and password. Scorpion says it's 3 a.m. where I am. Going to head out. Happy to find your channel. Happy to see you here, Scorpion, on Twitch and YouTube. And yeah, hope to see you again sometime next week, or this week. The week just began. Joe King says, how can I contact with you? It's not possible. Tell us how we can know a summary of your program. I want to know the time for your next videos. I want to see them one by one. Yeah, I mean, you can access. We've got a schedule over at the Reddit over here. We have a schedule here. You can go to the HackerFrogs subreddit. You can also access us on Discord. Let's get the Discord link. There you go. So if you use Discord, you can always join the server over there. And thank you very much. So Ethereal has just subscribed. Wow, with Prime on Twitch. Thank you very much for the subscription. If you want to know how to subscribe with Twitch Prime, if you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe to. Looks like my chat box has turned off, so I need to restart it. Okay, so if you want to know how to subscribe with Amazon Prime, you can subscribe to one Twitch channel, and it helps me out, gives me a little bit of money with each one of these subscriptions. I'm very much appreciate it. And thank you very much, So Ethereal. Let's give you a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so what are we doing now? Right, we were looking at this website. So yeah, using the skills that we've learned so far, we should be able to finish this exercise. It says go to this website and see what you can discover. So if we go over here, we've got a website. We're going to try to hack the website and get the flag for the challenge. If you want to do this on your own and try to race us to see if you can find the flag first, you can go ahead and do that. And once again, I'll provide the link. There you go. But the flag is, well, unless you're using your own account and your own website, you're not going to get a flag that you can use. Okay, only letters and numbers are allowed for this username and password. We don't know what the potential username and password is. Login failed. Okay, so we can take a look at the source code for this website here. We can view the page source. And what do we notice here? So we got an action that is being run when we try to log in. So we make a post request to the login.php website with the username and password. So let's see. If we try to log in, it says login failed. What's the name of the Pico challenge? The Pico challenge is called Local Authority. Here's the link. Okay, so we got login failed. But the thing is that sometimes there's information that we can get inside of this page as well. So the interesting thing about PHP code is that PHP pages, they usually have regular HTML on them as well. So this is regular HTML code. We won't see any PHP code on this web page because all the PHP code is being executed. But we can see the regular JavaScript code or the HTML code. So something is happening to this information. Joe King says, I will try to join your Discord and Reddit. Thank you. Thank you very much. And hope you have fun there. Okay, so we're checking for some sort of form hash, of course. So admin form hash value equals something. We don't know what this hash value is. And let's see. Hidden action, admin.php method posts, hidden admin form. Okay, and we've also have secure.js. So JavaScript that has security code on it shouldn't be available to people by default. You usually hide these away. Okay, and what do we find inside this file here? So if username equals admin and password equals strong password something something, then return true or else return false. If it's encrypting stuff, it's okay. Yeah. If it's encrypting stuff, it might give away a little bit of information, but in this case, there's hard-coded credentials in here, and that's not good. That is no good. So we know the password is this, so we can just copy it, and we know the username is admin. So we're just going to go back here, back to the landing page. Admin is the username, and the password is whatever we copied from over there. Signaman says it's okay if it's using proper controls and other SSL best practices. So okay, so we've got the hard-coded credentials here. Let's log in, and we get the flag. So if you're using my website that I provided to everybody in chat, then you're not going to be able to submit this flag because the last part of the flag is individualized to each user. But you can copy these methods and get the flag yourself if you want. Sigmamind says, for example, PCI encrypts on the endpoint one-way encryption that can only be encrypted on the back end of the receiver. So you can do encryption on client side as long as you can't do the encryption on the client side. What I meant to say is that you can indicate what kind of encryption is being used on client side, but the actual encryption is going to be done on the server side. Okay, so let's go back. Let's submit the flag. Never use GET request queries, use post request bodies, etc., etc. Yeah, always follow your best practices when you're trying to secure your web application. Otherwise, bad stuff could happen. Okay, so we just finished that challenge. I think we've got time for one more. So if you managed to finish that challenge and you were following along with us, please type local authority kappa in chat like this. Maybe stick on some smiley faces if you want. Okay, we got forbidden paths. All right. So, oh, I think I know what this challenge is. And if you ever wanted to take a look at the YouTube tutorials for doing these challenges, we've also included these on the GitHub page. Okay, so it says, can you get the flag? We know that the website files live in user share nginx HTML, and the flag is at /flag.txt. But the website is filtering absolute file paths. Can you get past the filter and read the flag? Okay, so this is another challenge where we need to do some wacky stuff. Let's click on launch instance, and in a couple of seconds we'll get access to the challenge server. Okay, we've got 14 minutes. If you want to just play along but not submit the flag, this is the website you want to access. Okay, and let's go there ourselves. And what do we have here? So it says web e-reader, divinecomedy.txt, olivertwist.txt, thehappyprince.txt. And they're asking us to input a file name. So if we input olivertwist.txt and we click on read, so this brings up text. So we're actually accessing a file. We're accessing a file on the web server. That's never good. Okay, so what can we do here? So olivertwist.txt, this is the potential file that we're reading on the web server. So this is a TXT file that is being interpreted by the web application. So what if we put in another file, divinecomedy.txt, and if you think you know what the vulnerability is, let us know in the chat. File does not exist. Oh, I don't have to spell comedy correctly. Okay. So here, another thing that we can see if we go back to the beginning and then take a look at the web page code. So the application is reading in a file, and the user is supplying the name of the file. So what could be that's a great emote. What is that called? It's called /k art. Thank you. Great. So anytime you can reference some sort of file on the web server, you can try to do local file inclusion. So the payload is exactly the same as the payload we did for the Natus CTF. And the description in the challenge also tells us that the web page files live in user share nginx HTML, and the flag is at /flag.txt. So what we need to do is we need to escape the folders here. So this is 1 level, this is 2 levels, 3 levels, 4 levels. So we need to do 4 of these .. slashes. The interesting thing about the .. slashes is that having too many of them is okay. Most of the time having too many of them is okay, but not having enough is a problem. So we know that, let's try to access the etc password file. Probably LFI. It is LFI in this case. Sukuna, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so click on that, and we get access to this file here. So the etc password file. And the challenge tells us that the flag is located at /flag. So /flag just means that it's in the top level directory. So we're just going to change our payload. So instead of etc password, we're just going to access flag.txt. And this is the flag, and we're finished the challenge. It says the path to success. Great. Copy that. And everybody, if you managed to follow along and finish this challenge with us, let us know by typing in LFI yikes with some smiley faces. Okay, so forbidden paths, this is the challenge. We can paste our flag into the flag submission field and click on submit flag, and then we're finished. We got 3 minutes. Can we finish another challenge in 3 minutes? Okay, let's see if we can. So don't use client side and forbidden paths. So the last challenge is don't use client side. Okay, so this is the link for the challenge. Okay, so it says here, can you break into this super secure portal? We've got a link, and this time, everybody can use this link. Can you break into this super secure portal? Super secure, huh? Well, I guess we'll see. Okay, so this is a super secure portal. Enter the valid login credentials to proceed. Type in test, verify. It says incorrect password. Segfaults, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so what's going on in this web application? We don't know what the correct password is, but we can take a look at the HTML source. And we've got a function here called verify. Okay, so it looks like we have the flag in here, but it's been split up into pieces. So let's see. If checkpass substring 0 split equals pico CTF something something. So here's the thing. It's not very fun to just grab these pieces of the flag and try to put them together. What can we do? Thank you very much for following Segfaults. What can we do to just print this out normally? Well, I mean, I guess what we could do is we could try asking the AI to do this for us. I'd rather do this programmatically. So let's try creating this in like a JavaScript sandbox. JavaScript online compiler, okay. Start coding. Can we just paste in some code? No, they want us to do some stuff. Okay, so we can start pasting in our code here. Okay, so I do not code in JavaScript, so I'm not really sure what we're trying to do here. I do know that, let's see. So this is string 0. So if we know this is string 0, how do we define things in JavaScript again? Variable definition in JavaScript. So var myvar. So do we need to use let constant or var? Var. Let. I think let might be, yeah, let's try using let. So let part 1 equal pico. Let part 1 equal pico, let part, what is this, part 7? Split 6, 7, and we got split 2. Split 2, this looks like it's part 2. So let's call this let part 2 equals this. Let's make this all in the same indent. Pico CTF, and then part 3. Part 2, part 3, we'll call this part 3. Let part 3 equal this thing. If there's an easier way to do this, just print out the whole thing, let us know. Notepad++ would be easier to shift these up and down in order. Probably, oh yeah. Okay, so we got part 3. Next one is part 3, part 4. So we'll call this one part 4. And where's part 5? Part 4, part 5. This is part 5. Let part 5 equal this thing. And let's see, that's part 5. This is part 6. Anyways. Let part 6 equal this thing. So we need to make sure that we're terminating all these things with semicolons. And we got part 7 and part 8 left. Okay, we'll be done in just a bit. Let part 8, part 7 be this. And then part 8. Okay, so all we need to do now is we just need to console.log was it part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, part 5, part 6, part 7, all the parts. Okay, so part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, part 5, part 6, part 7, part 8. I think this is all we need to do, right? Yeah, we could have put it into the AI, but sometimes you don't want to rely on using the AI too much. Just, crack something out. No, where do we run the code? Anyways, here, this is just in case you wanted to do this yourself. Okay, where's the run the code button? There it is. Okay, so no clients, please. Okay, but we've got some oh. Wait. Did I miss something? Pico CTF, no clients, please. Is that it? Okay, let me copy that. Let me see if I can clean it up a little bit before I submit it. Okay, we just need to eliminate the spaces. So this should be the flag. part RT. Yes, of course. Okay, so that was the flag. Awesome. All right, well, we're finished. Great. All right, everybody. We'll be back. Well, okay. Let's talk about the summary for today. So let's review the web hacking concepts we learned in this workshop. So source code analysis. Source code analysis is the process of analyzing the code of a piece of software with the goal of deeper understanding regarding its function. It is a common technique used in software security testing, but it requires the software's source code to be readily available. So some people think that all security testers, especially web security testers, they all do it from a black box perspective. Well, no, we're not finishing the stream right now. We're just finishing this part. Everybody thinks that we're doing everything black box, but a lot of security testers, they actually receive the code or the source code for whatever application that they're testing against. So this is called a white box approach, or optionally a gray box approach. But it basically means that web app testers very often get the source code for whatever applications that they're testing, so that they can do some source code analysis to try to understand where the security flaws might be in these applications. So we learned about URL parameters. URL parameters are variables attached to the end of URLs. They're very often used to send search queries to web servers, but they can also be used to retrieve other data as well, which can include files, and that leads to local file inclusion. It's a web app vulnerability where arbitrary local web server files can be accessed through a web interface. So LFI vulnerabilities are typically identified when file names appear in URL parameters when accessing web pages. So what's next? In the next HackerFrogs After-School web hacking workshop, we'll continue learning web hacking skills with the NATA CTF. So please look forward to that. It's going to be on Wednesday. So Wednesday we're going to be doing web app hacking session number 4. Today was session number 3. So let's stop this topic and we'll do the next one. Next topic is topic 3, then topic 4. So topic 3 is going to be a Linux hacking demo. Awesome. Okay, so let me put 60 minutes on the clock, and we'll also put on some music. So I'm actually redoing this particular exercise because the last time I did this exercise, the recording got lost. Okay, that's a bit loud. So let's talk about what we're doing next. Actually, before we start, let me close out some of these tabs, because having too many tabs open bothers me. Okay, so let me re-log into the webpage we're going to be. Let's see, Agent 57 says it was perfect, to be honest. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so need to log in. Oops. So we're going to be doing a walkthrough for the Hades CTF Labs over at hackmyvm.eu. Okay, so let me pull up the PDF file I have for this, and then we can get started. HackMyVM, HMV Labs, Hades. Okay. So everybody, if you want to follow along with us, you can follow along on any machine that has SSH installed on it. But if you don't know how to access SSH on your machine, you can always use this web available one over at JS Linux. Over here. It's basically, it is a web-based, web-accessible version of Linux that you can also use to contact other machines on the internet. Sick the Mind says, fun fact, PowerShell has SSH built into now on Windows 10 Plus. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that any Windows machine that you can get access to can use SSH. But if you don't know how to open up the terminal, then using this web accessible Linux machine is probably the best choice. Okay, but what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be using my Kali Linux terminal here to access the machines via SSH. So let's talk a little bit about this. Okay, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the very first level of the Hades CTF Lab. So the Hades CTF Lab is a CTF lab from the HackMyVM.eu website, and you access the game by accessing the server through SSH. So how do we do that? So on this page here, it tells us all the information we need to log in using the SSH program. We got a host, a port, a username, and a password. If we wanted to, we can just grab all this information here. Then we can go to our terminal. We can paste in the information. Second line says, depends on what you're using it for, though. Yeah. I mean, if you definitely don't want to start hacking people using the JS Linux terminal here. The fact that the connection is actually very slow, it means that if people want to use the terminal here for malicious activities, they're not going to get very much mileage out of it. And the people who run the server here, they're probably looking out for malicious activity too. And if they see people start doing illegal things with their virtual machines, they'll probably ban your IP address. Okay, so we got the information here. Hades.hackmyvm.eu is the host. The port is 6666. The username is hacker, and the password is begood. So what we can do is we can just create an SSH command out of this. So it is hacker at hades.hackmyvm.eu on port 8888, or sorry, 6666. And we just get rid of the rest of the password. We copy the password here, just so we can use it in just a little bit. Okay, so now that we have our SSH command, it'll ask us if we want to continue connecting. Type in yes, then paste in the password. Okay, so now we're logged in as the hacker user. So in each one of these levels, there's going to be a mission.txt file, but there's also a readme.txt file on this first level here. So the goal of each one of these levels is to use your Linux skills to get access to the password for another user. And the next user will use the username and password to access the next level. Let's take a look at the readme.txt file first. So just cat readme.txt. Okay, and there's a message in both English and Spanish for each one of these challenges. That's because the hackmyvm.eu website is based in Spain. So for people who speak Spanish, you can experience the whole thing in Spanish if you want to. Okay, hello, Haxer. Welcome to HMV Lab Chapter 2 Hades. This is a slightly more advanced CTF than Chapter 1, where you will continue to practice your Linux and CTF skills, so let's keep messing around. Remember that the home of each user is in the pwned user directory, so our home directory for our user right now, which is hacker, is in pwned hacker. And in it you will find a file called mission.txt, which will contain the information to get the password for the next user. It will also contain the file flags.txt, which if you're registered at the hackmyvm.eu website, you can participate in the rankings. This is optional, and you continue the improvisation. There are secret levels in hidden flags. I don't know if we're going to be accessing the secret levels in hidden flags for our walkthrough. You will not have write permissions in most folders, and you need to write a script or something, use the temp folder. Keep in mind that it's frequently deleted. Okay, so last but not least, some users can modify the files that are in the folder www. These files are accessible. So if you get a user that can modify the file, you can put a message in it and it will be reflected in the thing. We're not going to be accessing that stuff because there might be weird stuff in there. Okay. Anyways, let's go on. And you know what? Before we go,
it's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Boss Gans, thank you very much for redeeming Jurassic Park, and welcome to the stream. Okay, so we're just doing some we're just playing a little game over here. It's called Hades, and it's all about slightly more advanced CTF, Linux CTF stuff. And let's see, I've got a great little PDF file that talks about it. Okay, so this is the hacker level, which is level 1 of the Hades CTF game. In this level of the game, we're dealing with SUID binaries. So the mission file says, user Acantha is left as a gift to obtainer powers. So in each level of the game, the mission.txt file contains the level's objectives. Sometimes the contents are vague. So in this level, there is reference to a gift. If we search for this term, we can find a SUID file. Segfile says the webpage to leave a message gives a 404. I thought a T-Rex would roar. We're just talking about the hacking portion of Jurassic Park, not the T-Rex part, unfortunately. Okay, so mission.txt references a gift to obtain powers. So if we find a file that is named something gift, like this, and then redirect everything else to dev null, we find that there is one file. No, there's more than one file in the system, but the most likely culprit is this file right here. So in the op directory, there's a gift hacker file over here, and our name is hacker. So that's a fun coincidence right there. Josh says, this is awesome. Just found your page and appreciate the insight. Just subscribe. Thank you very much, Josh Burke. And yeah, welcome in. So if we take a look at the type of file that is being run here in the gift, this particular file, we see that this is an SUID binary, and well, SUID binaries, they run with the permissions of the file's owner, and the file owner is root. That's kind of funny, because we're not actually going to be getting access to root in this particular level. Let's talk a little bit more about this. So SUID binaries are binaries that run in the context of the file's owner, which in this case is the root user. So when we run the SUID binary, we open a shell in the context of the Acantha user. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're just going to run this normally. So just reference the complete file path. And now we're not the hacker user, but we're now the Acantha user. So what we can do is we can read the password for the Acantha user to finish the level. Okay, so where's the password? Let me look it up real quick. Okay, so in each level of the Hades game, the password for the users can be found in the /pas/username_pass.txt file. For example, /pas/acanthapass.txt. So we're just going to read this file because we're currently running a shell as the Acantha user. So cat that file, and this is the password for the next level. You can just copy this. If you want to follow along with us, you can use those credentials. Ethereal says, I joined not too long ago as a break from studying to eat a meal. I'm hooked now. Awesome, awesome. Great to hear. So, I mean, we do streams 3 times a week, and we're not always talking about the same stuff. We usually talk about Linux stuff on Mondays. We talk about web app stuff on Wednesdays, and we do... Right now we're doing a lot of low-level stuff, like binary hacking and reverse engineering. We're doing that stuff on Fridays. Okay, so let's log out of the level. And that doesn't log you out of the level. That just gets you out of the Acantha shell. And we're in the hacker shell. We're just going to exit out of that. And now we're finished. All right, everybody. That was a guided walkthrough for the hacker level, otherwise known as level number 1, from the Hades CTF Labs from HackMyVM.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. We're not leaving. We're not leaving, everybody. I just need to record my YouTube intros and outros for each one of these demonstrations here. I need to say HackerFrogs out. I need to say, like and subscribe, all that other good YouTube stuff. But we're going to be moving on to the next portion, the next level. So if you want to take a look at all of our solutions for these Hades CTF Labs, you can find them over at the GitHub over here. Didn't know that you were recording. No worries, no worries. The recording is... I need to do a lot of editing when I record my videos. It's fine. Okay, so let's do the next level. So the next level is the Acantha level. So the username is Acantha. The password is this. The objective is this. Okay, let's log in to the next level before we start. Okay, so this is the same. It's the same SSH command to get into the level, but we're accessing the Acantha user instead. Jason IT Solution says return back on the previous terminal, please. I'm not completely sure what you're asking for. So the previous terminal, return... Could you elaborate? What do you mean by return back? Okay, let me do my intro here. Okay, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Acantha level over at the Hades CTF Labs over at HackMyVM.eu. So right now, the first thing we want to do in each one of these levels is to read the mission.txt file. Previous terminal for the first challenge. Previous terminal for the first challenge. What do you want to know? What do you want to know from the first challenge? If you want to know what the username and password is for the previous level, it's hacker and be good, like this. So hacker and be good is those were the credentials for the previous level. If you want to take a look at the write-up for that level, I'll get the write-up link for you. Got concerned places ad running. Okay. Let's take a little break because we got ads running on Twitch and on YouTube. And in the meantime, here are some birds. So watch the birds and we'll be back in about 50 seconds. Okay, let's put the birds away. We'll get back to the hacking. All right, so let's read the mission.txt file to figure out what's going on in this level of the game. So let's see. So it says the user Alala has left us a program. If we insert the correct 6 numbers, she gives us a password. She gives us her password. Okay, so what is going on? So we see here that we've got a binary to interact with called guess. And if we just run the guess program, it says enter pin code. So enter pin code 1 2 3 4 5 6. It says no. So it just says no. Well, I mean, what can we do here? We don't know what the pin code is, and all we have to do, all the information we have is that there's a program. If we insert the 6 correct numbers, we get the password. So the interesting thing is here, we can guess as many times as we want. And what we're going to do is we're going to do a little brute forcing. Let's talk about it. So level 2, Acantha, this is Linux binary brute force. So in this level, we're told to input the correct 6-number combination to the program to get the password for the next level. So we have no idea what the correct combination is, so we need to brute force the binary. So after brute forcing the binary, we can receive the password for the next level. So what we're going to do is this. We can use some Python code to get this done. And where are we? So we can write a Python script to do the brute forcing for us and get the password. So if you're looking for the code that we're looking at right here, do you know how many combinations are possible? So 6 digits. 6 digits, that's 1,000. That's 100. That's 1,000. That's 10,000. That's 100,000. That's a million. So it looks like a million different combinations with 6 digits. And let me grab the code here. So we're going to run this code, but before we run the code, we need to do a little bit of prep. So this is the prep we're going to do. So another window. Let's go ahead and create the Python file. So let's see. Nano. We'll call this acantha.py. Paste in the code, and we're going to try to understand exactly what the code does before we run it. Actually, before we run the code, before we go over the explanation, let's download the binary to our local system. So we can do this with secure copy. If you want to do this yourself, you can use this secure copy command. You just need the password for the level for the Acantha user. And let me get the password for the Acantha user. There you go. Okay, so grab secure copy. Okay, it's going to ask us for the password. We just need to supply that password. So after that's done, we'll have a copy of the guest binary on our local system. We just need to make this thing executable. Is it executable right now? It is not executable right now. Actually, wait. It is. It is executable. Okay, let's try executing it. Oh, permission denied. I guess we can make it executable then. Okay, and then after that's done, we can run it, right? Yes. Okay, so before we run the Python code to try to get the binary through brute force, let's talk about what the Python code is doing. So the Python code in here, we're just going to import the subprocess module. We give the binary path, which is the current directory guess, and we're going to do a for loop. So for pin in range, and we got a million different combinations here. So make sure that the digit is 6 digits with leading zeros. So the pin string is pin.zfill. So .zfill, it fills in with zeros, and it makes sure that there are 6 digits, and that if there are 6 digits, there are correct zeros in all the spots. We print trying pin, and then we the pin string. Use subprocess to run the binary and provide input. So process equals subprocess.popen. This is what's being used to open the binary. So it opens up the binary and it runs it through our standard in and standard out. send the pin as input to the binary, output an error equals process.communicate, input equals pin string plus n for new line dot encode, decode the output to make it human readable, output decoded equals output.decode, and then we're checking to see if there's no as the error message, because that's what it prints out if we don't guess the correct thing. So if no, not in output decoded over here, then that we found the correct pin. So we're just checking to see if there's any one message that doesn't give us the error message, and that's going to be the correct pin. Boscan says, we're passing strings of numbers instead of integers of numbers. Yeah, so the binary is it takes in strings. It doesn't take in integers. Or maybe integers still work, but we're passing in strings because we're passing in user input. It's usually user input is usually strings, ASCII strings. Okay, so get out of here, and then we're going to run the Python script. And eventually, we'll get the combination. Okay, so we found the correct pin. It is this. We tried, I don't know how many of these. This is 13,000. So the correct combination is, it's LEET. The correct combination is LEET. Awesome. Because we're LEET hacksaws, of course. All right, so we know what the correct combination is. It's this number. So we're just going to copy it. We're going to go back to our remote shell here, and we're going to run the guess binary. The pin code, we're just going to paste that in, and we get the password. So this is the password for the next level. And which user was it for? So the Alala user. So this is Alala's password. Okay, let's get out of here, and let's talk about how we solve this level before we finish up. All right, so in this level, Acantha, which is level number 2, we had to brute force a binary program that with a password of 6 digits. So we read up a little Python script. There's a bunch of different ways we could have solved this. We could have used Python. We could have used Bash, a Bash script. But whatever way you do it, you just need to be able to loop through all of the numbers, and eventually you'll get the correct one. All right, everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Acantha level, otherwise known as level number 2, from the Hades CTF game on HackMyVM.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Once again, not leaving, just need to record intros and outros for my YouTube videos. Thank you very much for understanding. Okay, so let's go back. So we're going to log into the next level. It's the Alala user. And if you want to follow along with us, this is the SSH command you would use. Okay, so we need to provide the password. Let me grab that password one more time. Grab that password one more time. Okay, so let's do the intro for the next level, and then we can get started. Everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Alala level from the Hades CTF Lab from HackMyVM.eu. So what are we doing on this level? For each one of these levels, we need to read the mission.txt file to see what's going on. So cat mission.txt, and in this level it says user Althea loves reading Linux help. So Linux help. The target user in this level is the Althea user. We need to get their password. Okay, so we've got a read binary over here. Let's take a look at what the details are. So this is an SUID binary. Like a couple of levels ago, it's running as root, and I'm guessing that if we do the right thing to the binary here, then we're going to get the password for the Althea user. So how does the binary work? If we just run the binary, it gives us the manual page here. So the manual page, this doesn't help us a lot, except for the fact that there's sometimes you can take advantage of SUID binaries that are running the manual. Well, it's not really the manual that we're taking advantage of. We're more taking advantage of the fact that the manual runs with a certain pager. A pager is a program inside of Linux that lets you scroll the output of a particular file. So we can scroll up and you can scroll down. That's done with another program called a pager. So let's talk more about this. So this is level 3, Alala SUID less, privileged file read. So the pager program that we're going to be taking advantage of in this level is actually the less binary, the Linux less binary. So we're told that we need to use Linux help, that is man pages. When we run the SUID binary on our home directory, we say that brings up the manual page. In this case, we're not hacking the man command. It's not the man binary that we're taking advantage of, but we're taking advantage of the less command, which is the default pager program for Linux. So we can, if we were to look at a very common website for getting these kind of Linux binary vulnerabilities, like GTFO bins, if we look at the entry for the less program, and you've got SUID access here. Okay, so if the binary has the SUID bit set, it is not dropped elevated privileges and may be abused to access the file system. So we're actually looking for this. We're looking for privileged file read. It reads data from files and can be used to do privileged reads or disclose files outside of restricted file system. So this is the path we're going to do to abuse the binary here. So less is used as a pager by another binary to read a different file. And in this case, what is the path we're going to do here? Okay, so :E and then the file to read. So we can use this function to read the Althea pass.txt file, which is in our home directory. So here's what we do. We can see in our directory here, there's the Althea pass.txt file. We want to read this. So when we run the read binary, it brings up the manual page. When in the middle of executing the manual page here, we can do :E. :E is going to let us examine a file. So examining a file is reading a file, and we want to access Althea pass.txt. Oh, need to al. Okay, and the contents of the file are here. The reason why we've got privileged file read on the system is because we're running this as another user in the context of another user. And in this case, it's the Althea user. So this is the password for the next level. Segfault says the hint is the word help. When you run the binary, pressing H to read opens up the summary of the less command. So let's see. H for help. We've got, do we have something for :E? :E here, examine a new file. So :E is what we did to examine the new file, and we were able to read the file in our current directory. Okay, let's talk a little bit more. Let's do a summary of this, and then we can finish the level. Okay, so when we use the read binary, we were able to take advantage of the fact that the binary was using the let's pager, and the let's pager enables us to read random files, or arbitrary files rather, by doing :E in the middle of execution. And in this case, we're able to read the password file in our current directory. Alright everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Alala level over at the Hades CTF Lab over at hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, thank you very much for following Uchukara. Thank you. Yeah, so what we're gonna do at least one more of these levels before we finish up for this section of the stream. We've got one more section of the stream coming up after this. And you know what? Let's give you a Hack the Planet, because why not? Welcome in.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so I mean, if you're watching me and you see me flying through these levels like it was really, really easy, I struggled a lot with these levels when I was first doing them. And you don't need to feel like I'm some sort of expert. I'm not. I'm really not. Okay, so Althea is the user and this is the password. And let's get out of here. Okay, and the next level is the Althea user. I'm just trying to demonstrate how exactly these levels go, and hopefully we can all learn something. Okay, let me do my YouTube intro. Everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Althea level from the Hades CTF over at hackmyvm.eu. So for each one of these levels, we need to read the mission.txt file and see what's going on. So let's see. So mission.txt in this case says, this is mission number 4. The user Andromeda has left us a program to list directories. So the Andromeda user is the target user for this level, and there's an SUID binary in here that's called lsme. So let's take a look at what this is. So this is another SUID binary, and SUID binaries are going to give us elevated access while we're running the binary. So what does the lsme binary do? If we just run the binary, it says file to check. So file to check, I don't know, how about Andromeda pass.txt? Okay, so this just runs ls on the file. So running ls on the file as a privileged user doesn't actually get us Segfault. Hey, that's me. Yeah, Segfault. It's your time to shine. So if we run ls with privileges, that doesn't necessarily get us any further access on the system. So we need to figure out how to abuse this. So one thing that occurs to me is that this could be running ls. This could be running ls without an absolute file path, or it could be running ls, but it's coded in such a way that lets us do OS command injection. But let's talk about what's actually going on. So in level number 4, Althea, we're dealing with OS command injection. So in this level, we're presented with an SUID binary, which is running the lsla command. So it's basically just running this with the privileges of a higher level user. So if you run the binary, it will prompt you for a file to run on, but you can also inject other other Linux commands. So we can just run it on whatever, and then give a semicolon to exit to end that command, and then give our other commands. So let me see. Run this thing on mission.txt semicolon who am I? So it says here that we're running as the Andromeda user. So that means we should be able to read the Andromeda user's password using this. Taniwa, hi, nice to see you here. What is up? So we'll run the program. We'll run it on mission.txt, then end the command, and then cat Andromeda pass.txt. Okay, but in this case, it doesn't actually get us the Andromeda.txt contents. So what's actually going on here is we're going to inject a bash shell command to become the Andromeda user and then read the password. So we're just going to end the command, and then we're going to open up a bash shell, and we should be able to get access as the Andromeda user. So run it on mission.txt and then bin bash. Who am I? We're now the Andromeda user. Might not like spaces. That could be the issue. But I wonder why. There's probably something to do. It has something to do with the fact that it crashes here. It might give an idea as to what is actually going on with the binary. So let's cat Andromeda pass.txt. Okay, and this is it. Oh, it doesn't like art. Yeah, okay. It doesn't like spaces. All right, so this is the password for Andromeda. Okay, so let's get out of here. So when we exit, it also gives a segmentation fault. So the program always crashes. Even if you run it normally, it crashes every time the binary finishes operations. Okay, so let's do a summary of what we did right there, and then we'll finish out the level. So in this level, the user Andromeda is left as a program to list directories. So in this case, the SUID binary is vulnerable to OS command injection. So we can actually just do a very simple OS command injection, semicolon to stop the previous command, and then run our own command. So in this case, we can read whatever file we want and then open up a bash shell. So once we have the bash shell open, we can read the password for the Andromeda user. All right, everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Althea level from the Hades CTF game over at hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Not leaving. Okay, let's do the next level. I think we've got time for... We'll do one more level before we finish out for today. So this is the Andromeda level. And let's get started. Exit out of here. Just gotta adjust our SSH command. Let me get this password. Everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Andromeda level from the Hades CTF game over at hackmyvm.eu. So what is going on with this level? Each one of these levels requires us to take a look at the mission.txt file over here, and it says the user Anthea reminds us who we are. Okay, so we've got a UID file in here. Let's take a look at UID. And UID is an SUID binary like a lot of these other levels, and this means that the binary runs with elevated permissions. So while the binary is running, it's owned by root, but it's probably giving us the permissions of the Anthea user. So if we just run the binary normally, it runs this command. So UID, this over here. So group ID Andromeda, and so it's running with the permissions of the Anthea user. That's what it looks like here. But the thing is that if this is running the ID command, the ID command by itself can't really get us elevated privileges unless something else is going on. So what is going on with the binary? So this is Hades level 5, the Andromeda level. We're doing path hijacking. So in this level, the UID binary output looks identical to the ID command. So we suspect that this binary is using the ID command. So if this binary is compiled to reference the ID command without an explicit file path, for example, user bin ID versus just ID, then it would be vulnerable to path hijacking. So we can actually examine the binary by taking a look at the strings. So we can take a look at the strings for the UID binary. Xmetric says, create an ID script in the same path, see if it runs your id.sh. The problem here is that we can't write to this directory. So we're gonna have to come up with another solution. What was I doing? Oh, yeah. I'm taking a look at the strings. So if we strings UID, permission denied. We can't strings it. You know what? I think we can. What we need to do. Okay. So we can't use strings on the local system here. What we can do is we don't actually. Oh, we can't read this file either. So we couldn't cat the file. Yeah, permission denied. All the hacky things. No worries. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch. We'll run them on YouTube. Okay, so everybody watch this bird. It's eating peanuts. It's awesome. We'll be back in about 40 seconds. He sure is trying to eat those peanuts. The funny thing is that these birds, they like to shake the peanuts around. They also try. Even if they like the peanuts, they like shaking them around. I don't know why. I guess it makes them feel like, they're doing something productive. Anyways, let's put the birds away. Okay, so what else could we do with the binary here? We could try some ltrace. Any of these programs are not going to work. There's no ltrace, there's no strace on. Yeah, we don't have write permissions. We don't have read or write permissions on this thing. So all we can do is we can try to do some deduction. Got to make sure there's something in there. That's true. That's true. Tennywell says, we'll miss the birds despite them not being real. Birds aren't real. Of course they're not real. They only exist in video files. ARGs, maybe? Yeah, there's no ARGs command in here. Basically what we're doing, I think what we're doing is guessing, but let me take a look at the PDF I prepared here. Okay, so we have our malicious ID command. We can have it run a bash shell, and because we've added the directory with our ID command to the beginning of our path, the UID command pathing is hijacked. So I don't quite remember how we came to the conclusion that this was running ID without an absolute path, but I guess it could have been testing. Anyways. Okay, so we got the temp directory. What do we got? Ah, okay. So I wonder if my temporary directory is still here. Huh. That's funny. It's funny that I did this like a couple of months ago, and they're not really deleting the stuff in the temp directory. Anyways, what do we have here? So we've got the ID, we've got a symbolic link for the user bin bash command, and it's a file inside the temp directory here called ID. So what we need to do is we need to add this directory here, temp Andromeda, to the file path, so that we can, when we run the UID command, it'll look inside of temp Andromeda for the ID command before it looks for the actual file path for the ID command, if it's running the ID command. Anyways, so we do export path equals /tmp Andromeda, and then add on the path. Okay, Penguin Burger Meal says, hello, Frog Gandalf. I'm not... It's not a wizard hat, it's a witch hat. But anyways, sure, why not? Thank you. Okay, so we just added the temp Andromeda directory to our path. So when we echo the path, we see that temp Andromeda is first in the path, which means it'll look in this directory first, which means that we can do path hijacking on the UID binary. So let's go ahead and run UID. And now we're the Anthea user. So previously we were Andromeda, but because the UID binary is set to use the ID command without an absolute file path, we provided our own file path, which comes first before the actual ID command. And the ID command was a symbolic link to the bash binary, which gives us the our shell as the Anthea user. So all we need to do now is read the antheapass.txt file. And this is the password for the next level. Okay, let's talk a little bit more about... Okay, so what did we do here? We created a symbolic link. In this case, the malicious ID file is a symbolic link to the bash shell command. So, okay, let's talk about how we solved the level, and then we will finish off the level. So in the Andromeda level, which is level number 5, so there is an SUID binary in the home directory, which makes a reference to the ID command. So the ID command in this case was not compiled with an absolute file path, which means we could do path hijacking. And that's what we did. We created a malicious ID command and put it in a directory, which we then added to the path. and then we ran the file, and it ran the symbolic link, which was the bash binary, which gave us a shell as the Nthea user, which we used to read the file for the user. All right, everybody. That was a guided walkthrough for the Andromeda level from the Hades CTF game over at hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. We're not ending the stream, everybody, but we are going to be ending this portion of the stream because we're running a little bit behind schedule. Let me stop the timer, and we're going to be doing our challenge now. So for the challenge, well, before we start the challenge, get out of here. And let me talk about what we're going to be doing for this challenge. So there's a CTF platform out there called Dockerlabs.es. Dockerlabs.es is a collection of vulnerable Docker containers that you can download and deploy to your machine. So when you deploy the vulnerable Docker container to your machine, you can hack against it until you, and the goal is to get root level access. So we've completed a bunch of these very easy challenges. We've moved up to the medium level challenges. I'm not too sure if I'm going to be able to finish this one, but the challenge we're doing today is called chmod 4755. This is the title of the challenge. Before we start the challenge, let me do a little bit of housekeeping. I just need to delete some of these, close out some of these tabs. Okay, that should be enough. And so to start each one of these challenges, we need to download the Docker container and then deploy it to our machine. So we can very easily do that. Let's see, where's the challenge? The challenge is here. We can just click on the little download button, and it'll bring us to this super legitimate website called mega.nz. Anyways, so the Docker container is in a zip file. It's 146 megabytes. One of the great things about using Dockerlabs is that the challenges themselves are they're not very large as far as downloads are concerned. Second the Mind says, random suggestion, you can create a tab group for each new challenge that you work on so you can close out all the resources when you open it and when you're done with it. That's true. I've been considering doing that. Thank you. Thank you, Second the Mind. I should really pull the trigger on that. But I have been thinking about it. Okay, let's do some moody space music. How do you do that? I think you can, let's see. Can we do new move tab, select all tabs? So I think we can choose more than one tab at a time. And what we can do is we can move tabs to new window. We can move them to new windows, or we can bookmark tabs, reload. Well, we can move these to a new window anyways. So let's see. Move to new window, and we've got this group of tabs. It's a Chrome feature. I mean, it's actually pretty similar, except for the fact that we're using a new window each time. And I can just open up the one for the current part of the stream. But that's fine. Actually, I kind of want to put these in the same tab. Can we put these in the same tab? Yeah, we can put them in the same tab. Awesome. Okay, so let's download the Docker container. Okay, so we're going to download the Docker container. It'll end up in our downloads directory. Before you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to find some sort of script that opens up a bunch of these tabs in my terminal and renames them, and also applies like a color to each one of the tabs. I haven't been able to figure out how to create a script that does this. Let's see. Anyways, I'll call this Docker machine. And we give these some great colors. How about some brown? Sure. We'll call this one remote access. And we'll give this one red. No, purple. Can I get the link for the GitHub? Yeah, sure. I can absolutely do that. So this is the link for the main HackerFrogs GitHub. And let's see. We just completed downloading that. Remote access, we're also going to make a tab for port scanning and with Nmap. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go through this CTF box challenge, web app enumeration, because there's always a web app on these things. Thank you very much for RoboPimp. That's a really funny name. Anyways, they'll have a research tab. And just in case we need to use a text editor, we'll do a text editor tab. So the reason why I like using terminal tabs instead of using something like Tmux is because I like to have everything in full screen. So everybody, if I do stuff in full screen, then people can see what's going on in the terminal output very easily. And yeah, I just want everything to be nice and big. So let's see, this last one, we'll call this localhost services. Okay, so let's see. So my Docker machine tab. We've got our chmod 4755. Wow, thank you very much for the bits. 100 bits have been peered by Penguin Burger Meal. Thank you. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Okay, so we'll unzip this file, and we need to replace the script here. Penguin Burger Meal, thank you very much for sharing those bits. It's very, very generous of you. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about some war games?
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Second Mind says, sounds like something AI might get right the first time in scripting. I don't know. I think I've asked it to do this kind of stuff before, but it wasn't able to give me a satisfactory answer. But yeah. Okay, so we got the machine unzipped here. We just need to deploy it with this script over here. So there's a bash script over here, autodeploy.sh. We're going to be using it to deploy the Docker container. And if you don't trust the Dockerlabs.es site, then maybe you shouldn't be doing these challenges. But yeah, you're gonna have to run this shell script here. The good thing is that you don't have to run the shell script as root user. Oh, actually, wait, you do need to run Docker. I think it's because my current user isn't part of the Docker group, so that means I'm gonna have to run it with sudo. Oh, I just no such. Oh no, wait. It's a .tar file. Okay, so Oh, I made a I made a spelling error. Everybody, if you don't spell properly, you don't get to hack. unfortunately. All right, so we deployed the Docker container. It is at this IP address here. So the Docker containers are always going to use the same IP address. This is both a good thing and a bad thing, because it's a good thing because you never have to hunt them down, but the bad thing is that some services get confused when you start using the same IP addresses. They start malfunctioning. In particular, if you start SSHing into machines with the same IP address, they're going to catch on and then they're going to refuse to run. Okay, so what are we doing here? So we're going to run an nmap scan on the machine. Nmap is going to let us know what open ports and services there are on the system. And if it does so, then we can probably understand which services to attack. In this case, we've got, oh wow, we've got SMB. So SMB is a file sharing service that you usually see on Windows machines, but Linux can also run them. So we've got port 22, which is SSH, and then we've got 2 ports that are associated with SMB, 445 and 139. So before we start scanning the SMB service, I'm going to run nmap one more time because I've been burned on a few different occasions where I missed a port. So I'm just going to run it again, but slower this time. Okay, so now that we're doing that, I'm going to check out the SMB service. So SMB enumeration. That's how you spell enumeration, sure. Let's give this a fun color. Let's make this orange. Okay, so SMB, it's a file sharing service. There's a very common tool that we can use with Linux to scan SMB on Linux called enum for Linux. Or we can do, so just enum for Linux on the IP address. Okay, and what do we have here? So an interesting thing that we need to check out is what exactly what the name of the challenge means. So it's chmod 4755. An interesting thing about Linux file permissions. Let me see if I can talk about this over here. So in Linux file permissions, we use chmod plus a number, or you can rather, to give certain files certain file permissions. So 0 means no permissions. Let's see if I can. No permissions. And 1 is for executable. One is executable permissions. Let's see. 2 is it 4? So let's see. 3 is read permissions. And was it 2 is write permissions? I might have this wrong. 2 is write, 4 is for executable. 4 is for, is it 1 for read? Let me do a little bit of research. Linux file permission bits. Okay, so read is 4 bits. Write is 2 bits, execute is 1 bit, no permissions is 0. Okay, so read is 4, write is, was it 1? Write is 2, execute is 1. So if you add these all together, then if you have 7, that is all permissions. So you can also, permute these. If you got read and write, then it's 6. So 6 is read and write. And we can also have, I don't know, just for fun, if you want to read and execute, that would be 5. But what is the name of this challenge? The name of this challenge is chmod 4755. So 4755, that means, what does it mean? So 4 is read. 7 is all. And 5 is read and execute. So, I mean, what does this mean? So read, all, read and execute. I'm not too sure what it actually means, but I guess we'll figure it out after we've finished the challenge. So I've never seen this challenge before. I'm doing this all for the first time. Read and execute times 2, of course. I mean, there's no 55. Where are we? Right. Okay. So let's take a look at the port scanning. So the port scanning confirms that we're only dealing with port 22, port 139, and port 445, and so that we didn't get any printers. We got nobody, none, and SMB user. Huh. So there's a user called SMB user that we need to take note of, and we didn't find anything else, or did we? We found some domains. Share secret only. Okay. Share secret only. That's a file share on the machine. Okay. SMB user. Don't think we got anything else. All right. So we know that there's a user called SMB user. We can add that user to our users list. So we're going to echo out SMB user to users.txt. So we recorded this. Obito Uchiha says we want malware development live. I'm not really much of a malware developer, unfortunately. Or playlist full course. I used to stream. Xmetric says I used to stream malware dev 15 years ago. But welcome to the stream, Obito. Nice to see you here. Okay, so Gakin says you have special system group and user levels. Sick in the Mind says get FACL might provide more details on the ACL. And So I mean, we have an SMB user, but we don't have anything else. Wait, we've got another user on here called Rabal. All right. I'm glad I looked back at this, otherwise I would have missed it. So we've got another user named Rabal. I mean, we don't have very much. Let's see if we can. Let's see if the guest account works. So SMB client. SMB client. We'll try logging into that. Actually, before we do that, let me get the name of that. Let me get the name of that file share one more time. Obito says, thank you so much. I really appreciate your work. No worries, Obito. Yeah, I mean, what are you are you trying to become a malware developer? Or what are you trying to do with cybersecurity these days? Just keep in mind that I can't advise anybody to do anything illegal. If you're looking to do illegal stuff, I can't help you. Okay, so we're looking for those file shares. So the file share is called share secret only disk, or share secret only. So this is all I wanted. Intent, it's not illegal if there's no ill intent. Intent is everything. Yeah, just gotta be careful. Okay, so ephemeral Randy, what are we looking for? We're just looking to access the file share. And we just need to get an IP address. Wait, I got confused. Start by learning how to program, then learn how malware and antivirus detection works, and then play with things like rootkit generators. I mean, I would have went with learn how to, yeah, definitely learn how to program. If you're gonna be creating malware, you need to create it in a specific language. So popular languages, I'm not even sure. I think learning C or C++ is a pretty good place to start. But Xmetric might have, he probably has better, better recommendations than I have. Okay, so what were we doing? So we're trying to SMB client ephemeral Randy. Oh, we just want a list, but we don't have. Okay, I'm gonna try using netexec on this box. So if we use netexec, we might be able to figure out if there's a guest account that we can make use of. That's the first thing we're gonna do. RoboPimp says, can get convicted for manslaughter, specifically without intent. I mean, manslaughter is by definition without intent. That's one of the things that's special about manslaughter. Obito says, you don't have an IG account or something like that? IG account. Instagram? I mean, I don't have an Instagram account. We have a Discord if you want to check out the Discord. Okay, so there is a guest account. So if there's a guest account, maybe we can access the share with the guest account. Okay, let me look at my write-ups. I keep on forgetting how to use the SMB client program. Although I use it pretty often. Okay, so something like this, but we'll access, what is the name of the thing? User, we'll use the guest account. Warren Buffett, hello, nice to see you here. I always get a chuckle out of your username. I assume that you're referencing like a certain billionaire, right? Let's see, it's called like super secret something something. Let me copy this. I keep on forgetting the name of the thing. Okay. Seems to be going a bit slower now. You are referencing the ad. Of course. Okay, so what was the name of that file share? The name of the file share is this one. I should probably save it or something. Okay, so if this file share doesn't have special permissions on it, I should be able to read it. Anti-status access denied. So we can't read this. We can't read this, but we've got two usernames. We could try to brute force the SMB account. So we got SMB user and we got Rabble. I remember there was a very recent box where I did SMB brute forcing. I think it was the Ephemeral 2 machine. Let's see, Warren Buffett says, I have a quick question. Yeah, quick question away, no problem. Okay, so I think the last time I did brute forcing, I used this command over here. So the command is with the potato brute forcing program. So username, So potato over here, can we give this a list, like a word list? So the potato brute force user list. I have an old MacBook that I don't use. I'm trying to learn how to use Kali Linux. What do you recommend I run Ubuntu on it? Or might as well use Kali on it. So if you've got an old MacBook that you want to repurpose into a cybersecurity, like a cybersecurity testing machine, you might as well run Kali Linux on it, because you do get a couple of benefits from running Kali on bare metal. But yeah, if you've got like an old laptop that you're not really using for anything else, I would say just run Kali Linux on it. Okay, so cracking with potato, sure. Which is the actually wait. Maybe all I need to do is just take a look at the help. Potato help. Okay, so we've got it doesn't tell me how to do it. Okay, so Sick in the Mind says definitely don't main OS Kali unless you're really, really proficient with locking down your Linux system. Ah, okay. Well, the other thing is that there are a couple of security concerns with Kali Linux because people, yeah, the thing about Kali Linux is that if for some reason people are able to access your Kali machine, Kali Linux has a very well-known set of credentials. You definitely want to delete the default Kali user and disable root access via SSH before you start putting it on the internet. Okay, so let me just ask the AI. I am using the potato brute forcing tool. Which argument lets me supply a list of users or a file of users? Jazzer Defcon, hello, nice to see you here. SMB lookup SID. SMB lookup SID. Is that part of NetExec, or are you trying to point me to something in enum for Linux or something else? Let me know, Jazzer Defcon. Thank you. Okay, for some reason, whenever I run ChatGPT in this particular browser, it always slows down the slows down the browser something awful. Maybe what I should be doing is I should be asking another AI. We'll try Claude instead. Command in potato help. SMB lookup command in potato help. I'll try just asking the AI really quick. I'm using today for a CTF brute forcing attack. What option I use to supply a file for the user list? Okay, I hope you don't decide not to answer my question, Claude AI. I guess we'll see. Screw it, Okay, here we go. Use potato's file placeholders user equals file1, or in the module parameters, and then give the file name with the numeric mapping 0 equals path to users.txt. Okay. So user equals file 0, and then 0 equals... Why is this so unintuitive? Okay, let me get my potato command first. Okay, so SMB login, right? We're doing... user equals file 1. 1 equals this directory users.txt. Okay, let's run the thing. Okay, so we're now doing brute force attacks with the potato program. I'm not too sure what we can do if this attack doesn't work, because I don't have too many options. Then again, I could do some other enumeration inside of SMB as well. Netexec. So the other thing we could do is we can try a very easy attack with netexec. That attack being using the username as the password. SMB user, maybe their password is actually SMB user. That is not the case, okay? Let's see. Jazzer Defcon says, why don't you use crackmapexec? I'm using crackmapexec right now. So NXC is netexec, which is the newer version of crackmapexec. So why not use crackmap? Are you asking me whether or not I should use crackmapexec for the brute forcing? I found that netexec doesn't play very nice with. It doesn't play very nice with Samba, but I mean it's possible that we could use netexec. I've never gotten netexec to work very well with Samba, especially for brute forcing attacks. I've had success with potato before, so that's why I'm using potato right now. Okay, so raball here. Let's try raball as the password. And the other thing we could try is we could try raball backwards as the password for raball. Okay, so I mean this doesn't work. what's rabble pass backwards? Lobar. Let's try this. Huh. So this returns true. But why does it return true? Is it because this user doesn't actually exist? Okay, so the rabble user, we should probably take them off of the list, because it doesn't seem to be an actual user. So let's go back here. Yeah. Okay, let's stop. Let's stop. So Potato, we're just going to give the user as SMB user. Okay, so we've got the brute force attack running over here. And so we have a modern version of OpenSSH running, so it's not likely that we're going to have to take advantage of some. We're not going to be abusing this version of OpenSSH. We got Samba SMB D4. I'm not entirely sure if we've got the version of Samba that's being run. What shares are open? Yeah, so there's a super secret share. Actually, wait. Let me get that again. And Pebble, welcome to the stream. So let's do guest. Guest password none. No password. We'll do shares. So we got share secret only, and we got some other stuff. But Pebble, welcome to the stream. Everybody, if you don't know Pebble, Pebble is another cybersecurity content creator on Twitch, and let me shout out his channel. If you're interested in learning about advanced CTF challenges, and especially about learning about Windows Active Directory hacking, Pebble's channel is very, very good. Okay, so we've got our shares. We tried logging into the share using the guest account, but we weren't able to read the share. So thank you very much, Saeed Spalina. I'm not too sure how to pronounce that, but welcome to the stream. Okay, so we'll try getting users. So we only got SMB user. So there's just one user. Thank you very much for following Jazzer Defcon. Thank you. Okay, what else do we have here? So we can also look at some RID brute to get other RPC method not implemented. So we can't do RID brute. So we got our brute force attack over here. It's not working. It's all status logon failure. Didn't we NT-status logon failure? It shouldn't be showing us this. But yeah, it's really slow. I mean, we could try brute forcing with netexec as well, but I don't know if we should be straining the machine that much. Then the other thing we could do is we could start doing some nmap scripts with SMB. Okay, let's put on some music. How about some, ooh, I don't know. How about some Faster Than Light? Because we don't have anything for, we don't have anything else to check out. So we'll just run nmap with common scripts. We already ran the common scripts. So 139 and 445. We'll just check one more time to see if there's any... Oh, you know what? There was one more brute forcing tool that we can use, and that's the what is it? The forbidden platform. And let me see if I can run some forbidden platform over here. What is it called? MSF console? Yeah. So we'll just rename this forbidden platform. Okay, and we'll give it a fancy color. How about some red? Okay, search SMB login. Auxiliary scanner SMB login. So SMB login check scanner, and let's go ahead and use that. So most of the time, I'm not super keen on using stuff from the forbidden platform, but sometimes the tools work, and I prefer using tools that work over tools that do not. Okay, so we got blank passwords, brute force speed. Okay, so we need a password, SMB user, username to authenticate as. So set SMB user, set. We don't necessarily need to set like a password, right? Second, so it's only forbidden by the way of offsec, because offsec's program is designed to teach you how to use those tools. How those tools work manually under the hood. Oh no. I'm calling it the forbidden platform because you can't mention the platform on YouTube. Especially you can't use the name of the platform over and over again. Otherwise, the automated detection system will ad rate your live stream or your video. So that's why I call it the forbidden platform. Not because OffSec has, doesn't allow it to be used during their CP exam. Okay, so the R port is fine. We need to select a password file. We also need our hosts. Set our hosts. You can try the Bloodhound tool if you want more information on your AD. So, I mean, JazzerDefCon, this machine is a Samba machine. It's a Linux Samba machine, so Bloodhound isn't going... I'm pretty sure Bloodhound doesn't work on machines that are not domain joined, but I mean, I could be wrong. Whoops. Okay, that's our hosts. We just need to set up a password file. So, give it good old user pass file, user as pass. Can we pass in a password file? I don't see the password, or I don't see that password file. Pass file, okay. So file containing passwords, 1 per line. Okay. Set pass file. User share wordless rockview.txt. Okay, unknown. Oh, misspelled that. Okay, I think we've got everything here. So the SMB enumeration here, it's not working. So let's get out of here. So before I run the thing inside of the forbidden platform, I just want to make sure. Yeah, so SMB user is the name here. Let's run the thing. What? No active DB credentials. Okay, so we're, yeah, okay. I mean, I see that it's running a lot faster than the potato tool, which is nice. Okay, so we can just leave this alone. And what about this user? So the Rebel user. Where did I even get that? Let me do my enum for Linux one more time. So enum for Linux was able to identify another user. I just need to double check the username. Okay, there's no web app on this machine, so I can just close out this tab. Still going. So what are my other options? We know apparently it's Samba SMBD 4. If we go to netexec usually lets you know. It usually lets you know the version of Samba being used. I guess it doesn't in this case. So SMB.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Uchikara, thank you very much for redeeming Hack the Planet. Hack the Planet indeed. Yeah, so SMB version 1 false. Still scanning here. Don't have anything here. I mean, I'm kind of running out of stuff to check. So what about the name of the challenge? The challenge is called chmod 4755. So 7 is all, 5 is read and execute, 4 is just read. I'm not too sure what's going on here. We have a username, we have guest access, we can't access the file shares. Oh, we found it. Yeah, awesome. Awesome, we have a password. Okay, that means we can do some new enumeration as the SMB user. So we can go back to netexec SMB user with this password. Okay, that is correct. Great. How about shares? So can this user can probably read the share secret only. Okay, so let's go ahead and access that. User. Okay, so this isn't. Why do I keep on forgetting how to use the SMB client tool? Hold on, I'm looking at my write-ups for the thing. Okay, so it's like this. So we're accessing share secret only. As the user SMB user. Okay, it's going to ask us for the password. Now we get access to this file. So there's just a file here, note.txt. Let's read it. Actually, let's get it, and then we can read it afterwards. So I mean, there's nothing in here, but we were able to read the print share as well. Pretty sure that there's not going to be anything in there, but we should probably check just to do our due diligence. So it's like print $. Okay, is there anything in here? I mean, there's stuff in here, but is there anything interesting? Okay, but before we go too far, let's take a look at that note. Read better. Okay, so let's see. This is called note.txt. I mean, read better. What do we do with that information? So the file share secret only SMB user. So is there something in here that we're missing? So help, get possible commands. Is there hidden stuff in here? And if there's hidden stuff in here, how do we read that hidden information? So there's make directory, there's ls. There's ls, but it's just it's the same thing as doing the dir command. I mean, we only have read permission, we don't have write permission. What else could we do with our... The note only says read better. Kind of infuriating. All right, let's put on an ad, because we've got ads running on Twitch right now. And Uchikara, I'll get to your message right after the break. Thank you very much. Okay, let's put on the birds. Okay, all right, we'll be back in about 60 seconds, but enjoy the birds and the music. Okay, so we'll be getting back to our challenge in just a little bit. So just in case you're wondering, these are juvenile northern flicker woodpeckers. I think the northern flicker woodpecker is it is a beautiful bird, but yeah, juveniles are usually pretty fun to watch because they're usually doing a lot of wacky stuff. Anyways, let's put the birds away. Get back to the hacking. Okay, so Uchikara says reading the manual page of chmod, the first digit sets the set user ID for set group and then restricted deletion or sticky attributes. Okay, so this is the name of the challenge right here. So 4755. I wonder if this is significant. All right, so we're not asking about potato now. Now we're asking about chmod. Okay, I am doing a CTF challenge named What Could This Mean? So the permission you mentioned, 4777 or a similar one, is a set UID permission, meaning it's executed temporarily with the file owner's privileges. So the challenge name is a reference to Unix file permissions with the SUID bit. What? What? So 4000 set UID bit set. Oh, you know what? I look for stuff like this all the time. So the common way I look for, so if I'm looking for SUID bits, I look for this. I look for this pattern when I do my Linux privilege escalation checks. So I guess, and this does have 4 digits in it. So I guess that makes a lot of sense. So in my case, I'm looking for SUID bit binaries here. Okay, so what's an SUID? It's got the SUID bit set. So, I mean, does that mean we can run? Does that mean we can run these binaries? Perm, yeah, perm minus 4000. I mean, the thing is that we only have an SMB shell. So, I mean, we have SMB access, but we can't look for anything in here. Although, could we get could we upload a file and then have it execute? How do we do that? Because we don't have write access. We only have read access, as far as I know. Okay, so let's see, potato, nope. netexec. We've got SMB user and this one. As far as shares are concerned, we only have read access to these two directories here. But what could we... We can't upload anything. We can't write anything to this share. So I've got my put... Yeah, access denied. We can't upload anything. So SUID bit set 700, owner has read, write, and execute. Group has read and execute. Others have read and execute. But we can't execute anything. We can't execute anything on this file share. Okay. If anybody has any suggestions, let us know. Does the challenge give you access to a system SSH, or is there a binary? To a system SSH, or is there a binary to download? So we could... I mean, there is SSH. netexec. Let's get the users one more time. So, I mean, these are only... We can't do rid brute. Yeah. So we could run. We'll run enum for Linux just to make sure that there was that stray user. 3D Code Warrior. Hello, nice to see you here. Is that a Kirby? What is that? Kirby Omega Lull. Hello, nice to see you. Nice to see you. You know what? Let's give you a Nyan Cat just for fun. So let me look through this output here just to make sure that I didn't hallucinate seeing that one user, because I saw a username. Okay, yeah, SMB user and Rabal local user. So, okay, if these two users exist, we could try brute forcing their password, or what else could we try? So I mean, this is a local user, not an SMB user. Let's try accessing. Let's try accessing the machine as the Rabal user. Okay, so this is what I was talking about when I said that Dockerlabs having the same IP addresses gets in the way, because every once in a while we need to clear out our known hosts. Okay, let's try logging in again. Unauthorized access is prohibited. The system is for authorized users only. All activities are monitored and recorded by Effet. So we found out that this was the password for the SMB user. So, I mean, that's not the password. Okay. I mean, we can't necessarily get. Okay, Jazzer says, I assume you should find the file with the set user ID bit and check if you have write permissions. Then you need to modify the file to assign permissions to the user that you're currently connected with, and then escalate privileges. Yeah, I'm wondering if SSH itself is being run with the SUID bit, because I mean, this is the only thing that we're interacting with. Okay, just for fun, let's take a look at GTFO bins for SSH. There's nothing for this. Sudo. What about Samba? So there's nothing for Samba. SMB client. So it can be used to break out of restricted environments by spawning an interactive system shell. SMB client. I've never tried using this. Okay, you can do file upload, you can do file download, but I've never tried to break out of SMB client to spawn a new shell before. That's really interesting. I mean, if this is actually what we're doing, I've never done that before. Where is my SMB client? I mean, that doesn't work. You would break out into yourself. Yeah, I mean, I mean that doesn't do very much. I mean, the only other thing we could do right now is we could do a brute force attack as some other users. So when we tried to log into SSH, where do we do that? We do that over here. So all activities and monitors are recorded by FIT. I mean, I guess we could do some brute force again, but brute forcing, I mean, it doesn't feel great to constantly be doing brute forcing on these boxes. But I guess if that's what you got to do, that's what you got to do. Okay, so let's try the brute forcing then. I usually do Hydra for brute forcing. Okay, so let's brute force as the Rabol user. We'll use uses share wordless rocku.txt. Oh, got to spell the word wordless correctly, otherwise it doesn't work. Okay, so does not support SMB version 1. Does not support SMB version 1. Okay, wait. Oh, this is for SMB. Funny, funny, funny. It should be for SSH. Okay, so the name of the challenge implies that we need to take advantage of SUID binaries. But we don't have access to the box right now. Let's put forth the question, right? So we got what happens if the SMB service or the SSH service is being run with permission 4755. Could that be used to get access to the server? Good thinking, but no. Services like SMB or SSH running with SUID permissions wouldn't directly give you access. Here's why. Why SUID on services don't work that way? So let's see. They don't use SUID for authentication. Okay, sure. However, there are related attack vectors. Misconfigured SMB shares. So SMB is misconfigured with weak permissions. Okay, connect without a password or list shares anonymously. SSH misconfigurations. Misconfigured with weak permissions. List shares anonymously. I mean, we already have access to an SMB user. Connect without a password. That doesn't help us either because we have proper credentials for SMB. Finding an SUID binary after gaining initial access. Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna press the hint button. So the hint button on Dockerlabs is basically clicking on the challenge, and the description of the challenge should let you know what kind of attacks you're gonna do. So click on that, and it doesn't give us anything. It doesn't give us anything. Okay, well. All right. All right. Let's. How about this? We'll give ourselves another 20 minutes to look for a solution. If we can't find a solution in 20 minutes, we'll look at a write-up and get ourselves unstuck. By unstuck, we mean we're going to read the write-up until the point where it tells us what the next step is, and then we won't read any further than that. So this is a technique that was suggested to me by good old Tyler Ramsby, who's Hack Smarter on Twitch and YouTube. Actually, I wonder if anybody else is on right now. I am not on. That's funny. I think InfoSec Streams is kind of broken right now. Okay, so we got 20 minutes. What do we do in the meantime? So we're doing some brute force attacking over here on SSH. I don't really expect the brute force attack to work, but we've got it running anyways. Okay, so we got the note from the super secret share, and it just says read better. Oh, you know what? There might be some hidden information in here. Okay, so the only thing there is in this file is a line, a new line, and then read better, and then another new line. So that doesn't help us at all. Okay, so I guess another thing we could try is we could try to download everything in the print star directory. So how do we do that? I'm pretty sure I did this in another write-up, so I need to look that up. There's a way you could use SMB client to recursively download everything in the file share. Maybe I should just ask the AI for this. Okay, how do I use SMB client to recursively download everything in a file share? Okay, using SMB client with mget interactive. Okay, so recurse on prompt off mget star. Let's get into the print share. Wait, which? Okay, so I'm still attacking SSH over here. Here's netexec, here's SMB. Okay, so we'll log in here as who's SMB user. Okay, so just for fun, we'll see if there's, some hidden weird stuff in here. So recurse on, prompt off. So we only saved one file. That's fine. Let's get out of here. The other file share was the print file share. So let's see. Print $. Okay, so recurse on prompt off mget star. We didn't download anything. So I'm guessing that there are no files in here to get. Yeah, there's nothing in here. So the print file, the print share, nothing in here. Nope. All right, time to get out of here. So is there anything else we could do with netexec when we just have a basic user? I mean, we got our shares. And share secret only. Share secret. Is read better? Is read better the actual password? Read better. Is it read or better or read better? So cat note.txt and redirect it to pass.txt. Let's take a look at. So this could literally be the password, or it could be this, or it could be this. Okay, and well, I don't know. We could also try. October Barbie says, "How do I automate spam to trash? Code for Gmail. Code to trash." Rastaman, thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. Spam to crash code for Gmail. Can you elaborate what you want to do with this? Because I read the sentence, but I'm not exactly sure what you want the thing to do or what you want it to happen. But Rastaman here. GretXT, been too long since I last stopped by. GretXT, hey, nice to see you here. Hack the planet. Similar to filtering.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
I mean, as far as I know, Gmail's already pretty good at filtering spam. Take all spam in email, okay, and then do what? Okay, so try to log in. Oh. Am I? Okay, so it's because, yeah, because there's a brute force attack being done right now. Read better. Better. Read. So read better is not the solution. Okay, so take all of the spam in the email and to permanently trash it. So you want to do this with a script or something, or do you want to do this with a script, or do you want to do it through the web interface? You want to do it with the script. Well, I mean, I'm probably the wrong person to ask about this because I'm not really. Can you access Gmail with like a CLI command? So that's the first thing. I've never really investigated this. Gmail CLI tool. Okay, I mean they've got a GitHub repository over here. Somebody's trying to make up a CLI tool for GitHub for Gmail. So is a command line interface tool for managing and reading emails from multiple Gmail accounts using OAuth 2 authentication. Have you ever used GitHub before? Have you ever pulled code from GitHub before? But yeah, I'll give you the GitHub repository here. So what you want to do, October Barbie, do you use Windows, or can you use Linux? I don't have GitHub though. You don't need GitHub to download stuff from GitHub. You only need GitHub to create files on your GitHub. But I think if you wanted to create a script to send all of your spam mail to the trash, what I would do is I would ask the AI for some help, because it's nothing I've ever really done before. So this is okay. So October Barbie, do you use Windows or do you use Windows? Do you use Linux? Do you know how to use both? So let me take a quick look at this Gmail CLI program here. Installation. To install the Gmail CLI, make sure you have Go installed in your system. It looks like this looks like a Linux tool. So you're going to need to be running a Linux system to run this tool. So the first thing is to teach yourself how to use Linux and then get access to a Linux machine. It's kind of, yeah, it's a bit advanced if you don't know how to use Linux already. Okay, so what do we got? We've got a few minutes before we need to before we need to give up and look at get a little. You're on Python level right now. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I mean, you could probably do something similar with Python, but it's gonna be a very complicated Python script. And you're telling me that you don't know very much about coding in Python. So it might be a little bit too advanced for your current level. Okay, so so the Nmap isn't working right now. Well, I mean, it's not that it's not working. It isn't really this stuff isn't really helping me. So SUID binary with 755. So read and execute for all the stuff. The problem is that we can't upload anything. So what are you doing right now? So we're currently trying to break into a Linux system. We're not doing anything illegal. We're doing a little exercise. So we've got a little virtual machine that's running on our machine right now. So I'm using like a Kali Linux machine, and there's another Linux machine that's running on top of the machine, and I'm hacking against that system right now. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch. I'll run them on YouTube. And let's put on the birds. Here's my favorite. Here's my favorite bird video. Enjoy the birds. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Man, this guy's really going at it. Hanky Ludwig, hello, nice to see you here. I'm currently doing a Dockerlabs challenge, and it's this one over here called, what is it called? It's called chmod 4755. GroudXT says iHugins Gmail cleaner on GitHub. You know what? I can take a look at that real quick. I mean, it looks like there's a few different tools called Gmail cleaner here. L. Hudgens. Okay, let me add that on to L. Hudgens. I'm assuming, I mean, this is the first thing that comes up. So I'm assuming it's this one. Gredix here, are you talking about this one? If you're not, let me know. Automated email unsubscriber. So it's a Python project designed to help you automatically unsubscribe from unwanted emails. I don't think it does exactly what the other person was looking for. Not the same thing. Okay. If you've got a link, you can drop it. You can drop it in the chat. Because I don't seem to be finding it. Oh, okay. I think I see it. I wonder if it still exists. Okay, so this is probably the one you're talking about. Automated spam and trash management. Okay, prerequisites: a Google account with access to Google Cloud Console and Google Apps Script. Basic familiarity with Google Cloud Console and App Script. I mean, I don't have this stuff. I'll leave it in the chat. Neems, hello, nice to see you here. But October Barbie, if you're still here, check out that GitHub repository. I don't know if you'd be able to get it up and working, but you can give it a try. But Neems, what are you up to? We're getting close to cheating a little bit on our challenge right now because it's been a hot minute since we've made any progress on this thing. So we know that it's probably some sort of permissions deal. So read and execute. Read better. I don't know. So the challenge is likely about finding an SUID binary after gaining initial access. I mean, we don't have initial access. Okay, so if there's unusual file permissions on an SMB Samba file share, is it possible to execute files on the file share without having write permissions on the share? I mean, I'm guessing that the answer to this is no, but they're weird. What? What do you mean? If you can't write to an SMB share, you might be able to execute files if the files already exist in the share. You have read and execute permissions. The underlying file system allows it. Execute existing SUID binaries via SMB. How? I mean, I can't look for SUID binaries on the system. Not with the SMB, not with only SMB client access. So what the heck is going on? Execute scripts that write elsewhere. Even without write access to the share, scripts can write to other locations. What? You make it execute from the share. Okay, well, I mean, if this is the case, I've never seen this before. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna look at the write-up and I have a feeling I'm going to be encountering some stuff I've never seen before, which is not unusual because I don't know all that much. I'm usually doing easy machines on these cybersecurity CTF platforms. Okay. Maybe after getting the shell or access on the server, let me indulge myself a little bit. Okay, so we'll choose a juicy write-up. Let's choose, hey, this person's called Pentester. Actually, I think I recognize this person's name from somewhere. Okay, so this is a medium level challenge, and we're only going to read up until the point where we get ourselves unstuck. This is in Spanish. Let's translate this into English. Translate page from Spanish to English. Where is the S for Spanish? There we go. Translate it to English, please. Translate. Okay, so installation, info, yeah. Port scanning, banner SSH. Pretty interesting, the word F it, we'll keep it, we'll investigate SMB. Yeah, sure, they use SM enum for Linux. Okay. And then there are two users, SMB user, it's probably for Samba, and Rabol, that's probably for SSH. SMB, so they log in with the effit password. Okay. We get the thing and it says read better. He tells us to read better, so we read the shared resource. If we read this shared resource, the name he has, we will use it as a password for the other user. Share secret only is the password for Rabol? What the what the heck? Oh, you know what? Maybe it's my bad. Maybe this is my bad for not recording like random bits of information. But this is a stretch. I would not have been able to guess this. All right, well, we're unstuck now, okay? So let's we'll stop reading this. Hopefully we won't have to look at this again. Okay, so remote access. All right, now we're in. There's no clear. There's no clear. Oh, okay. We're in jail. We're in jail. We're in an Arbash. Wow. Okay. Okay. Anyways, let's call in Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man. Let's you know, how much time do we have left? We've got about an hour left. I'll put 40 minutes on the clock. We'll put 50 minutes on the clock, and hopefully we can finish the box in 50 minutes. Okay. Let me call in the man with the scary voice. Sometimes the dumb parts aren't the hacking, but the parts the challenge writer assumes that you do. Yeah, that's some moon logic. That's some moon logic that that we would assume that the name of the file share is the password. Because there's nothing there. All right. Scary Hacker Voice Man, show us the way.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. chmod 4755 administrator, it seems like you enjoy cryptic messages on your SMB file shares that point to passwords for SSH users. That's pretty random and not something that people would really think of. But you know what? We're in. We're in. We're in. Anyways, see you later.
Yeah, okay, so we're in jail now. It says rbash, command not found. Rbash is restricted bash. So we need to find some way to get out of this jail. Um, which Python? There's no Python. What commands do we actually have access to? So this is a pretty classic CTF kind of challenge where we're given a user with the restricted shell. So rbash help. What do we have? Star next to the name means that the command is disabled. So I mean, what do we have? More like there's no which. There's probably no which as well. Python command not found. What else could we try? Perl? Is there bash? Is there sh? Is there, I don't even know. Is there bin? Is there ls? There is ls, okay. And there's a bin directory in here. What directory are we in? So home rebel, okay. Touch command not found. So we know ls bin. Oh, there's Python 3 in there. There's ls and there's Python 3. So if there's Python 3, that means we can use Python 3 to get out. Bin Python 3 command import pty.spawn bin bash get out of jail. What? Bin Python 3 restricted cannot specify / in command names. Cannot specify / in command names. Okay, well, If we cannot specify / in command names, how do we spawn a shell? So, I mean, they're giving us Python 3 in here for a reason. Henke says export path to escape. Export path to escape. There's no echo. Actually, there is echo. Echo path. Okay, echo. Export path equals. Well, I mean, export might not work, but we can try. Path equals. Path equals path plus bin. Path is a read-only variable, so they're okay. Let's see what environment variables there are. So there's no env. The path is a read-only variable, so we can't modify it. Okay, so I'm still thinking about bin Python. Restricted cannot specify / in command names. Yeah, so chr45. We could try that. Actually, can we spawn this in interactive mode? If we can spawn it in interactive mode, okay. Cannot specify / in command names. Python 3? Okay, now we're in Python 3. cd into bin, then run Python 3 separately. I mean, there's also the possibility that we can't run cd, the cd command. I can give this a try. cd bin restricted. cd restricted. Okay, so we can't cd. We can just run Python 3. Import pty.spawn bin bash. What? Oh. What do you mean? Oh no, wait. Did I? Am I still in Arbash? I don't think I'm in Arbash anymore. Groups command not found, Duracolors command not found. This is something I'm not too familiar with. Okay, so we got all this stuff in here. Can we just run bash from here? Yeah, I mean, I can. My shell is still restricted. It's still. I mean, the shell I'm using is kind of weird. Is there bash in here? Bash is in here. We could also use sh. sh command not found. Sh. Who am I not found? Okay, so this is all sorts of messed up. Okay, so there's the SMB user and there's the Rabol user, who I am. Cat not found. ID command. It's ID not found. Oh, you know what? Maybe env command not found. No ID command. What can we do from here? We can try exporting the path again. Okay, now we can export the regular path stuff. So okay, what is a typical path? Hold on. We need to what does a regular path look like? So user local sbin, user local something something. Okay, let's export the rest of this stuff. Okay, we should have full functionality now. Awesome. Okay. So we've got a working shell now. And let's go about looking for. Okay, so we're looking for SUID binaries because the name of the challenge is whatever, right? So find /perm -4000 dev null and run it as a process. So we got curl is very unusual. Curl is very unusual for an SUID binary. Let's look that up. Curl? Yeah, if we have curl with it as an SUID binary, then we could potentially fetch a remote file via HTTP GET request. So, wait, what? What does this do? It does not drop elevated privileges, may be abused to access the file system, escalate, or maintain privilege access as an SUID backdoor. If it is used to run sh-p, omit the p argument on systems that allow default sh shell to run with SUID privileges. This example creates a local SUID copy of the binary, okay, and runs it to maintain privilege. To interact with the existing SUID binary, skip the first part and run the program using its original path. So, I mean, we don't need to use this part. Wait, so how does this... All right, wait. Oh, you know what else? You know what else we could do? We could also look for a file with the exact permissions that were mentioned in the challenge name. So we can look for permission 4755. ShinPDR says, Mr. Hat, I was bug hounding while listening to you on my phone. I found an SSTI, haha, lucky day. Well, I hope you get paid. I hope you get paid out very well for that server-side template injection vulnerability. Okay, let's look for... Wait, all of these are permission 4755? Okay, so is there anything else that is unusual on this list? I guess we could just pass this over to the AI. So this is a very good use of the AI. You can just feed it lists like this. So is there... What template engine? Segfaults asks, which template engine did you find it for, ShinBDR? You don't have to answer if it's sensitive, but it's probably a very common templating engine. I'm guessing Jinja too, but I don't know. Are there unusual SUID binaries in this list? Okay, bin curl with SUID is highly unusual. Okay, great. All the others are SUID binaries that need elevated privileges. Okay, so read sensitive files. So we can read sensitive files with curl? Oh, yeah, right. We can curl local files. We can write files as root? I didn't know about this. I did know that you could use curl to read files on the local file system. I've seen it before, but it's not really something I think of too often. Write files as root, huh? That's big brain right there. Well, we shall see. Okay, create a new root user in etc password, generate password hash. We do this with curl. Add an SSH key to root's authorized keys. Upload files to remote server. I mean, uploading is not... Execute commands via curl if the server allows. Okay, so what is this? Some systems allow curl to spawn shells. Curl file dev null output temp root shell config echo output equals bin bash. I mean, it couldn't be this easy, could it? It couldn't actually be this easy. Nope. I'm pressing the I believe button. I mean, it could be. Just download a modified password file to etc password. There's so many possibilities. Why even use AI for that? Okay, so I mean, if we can overwrite files using curl, if we can overwrite files using curl, if we can do privileged file write, then okay, let's pretend, let's go into the op directory. There's nothing here. Okay. In our home directory, there's user.txt and there's Python history. There's another bin directory in here for some reason. We have bash history, so we could take a look at the bash history. You could use curl to download the etc shadow file or replace the etc password file with a modified one. Yeah, it's been a while since I've done this kind of like the shadow root user. But let's see if there's anything interesting in the bash history file first. That's the only thing in there, huh? Okay, so let's take a look at the etc password file. Okay, so this is the etc password file. I'm going to create a local version of this on my Kali machine here. And let's see, what was the command with curl to download files? Upload files to remote server, write files as root, write to etc password, echo something something, or add. So let's see. Curl okay, so we could do something like this, but what I want to do is I want to do a test first, just to figure out how the command works and whether or not it's actually creating like root owned files. All right, let's do an ad on Twitch and on YouTube. And here's another bird. We'll be back in about 60 seconds. GradXT says birds are government drones moment. Yeah, if only the government drones were attracted by birdseed and peanuts. That'd be a very compelling argument. I guess they could be government controlled, not necessarily completely what is it? Artificial. Defus says, I kind of get why OffSec won't allow AI on their exams. You lose the ability to think outside the box. And if you haven't learned that ability yet, you'll probably never learn it by using AI. I mean, the thing is that it's hard to avoid. It's hard to avoid AI-powered stuff. Even if you're just using regular like search engines. Google will give you an AI answer. DuckDuckGo, I mean, I'm pretty sure even DuckDuckGo gives you an AI answer. All the search engines give you an AI answer these days. So if you disallow AI, you're basically disallowing Google searching. So it's 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 kind of ridiculous. Anyways, let's put the birds away. Okay, Pine Pixel says, what would you recommend to a high schooler entering college to learn foundational cybersecurity skills? Okay. High schooler entering college to learn foundational cybersecurity skills. I would say, what would I say? Okay. So we have a lot of cybersecurity people in chat right now, and the question is, what would you recommend to a high schooler entering college to learn foundational cybersecurity skills? I'd say that you'll probably learn more about. I don't want to say that you shouldn't take a cybersecurity program, because I'm not really sure what the cybersecurity programs teach these days. I would say that you need to think whether or not you need to go to college or university to study cybersecurity, because a lot of people don't go to university or college to study cybersecurity. They learn on their own. But the problem is that some people they're not self-motivated enough to be able to teach themselves enough skills to do cybersecurity unless they have a structured environment like a school. So Diva says, you take that much free time you have as a high schooler and you put it into learning on your own. Ethereal says, I think a large number of them are not great. I'm in one right now, and I'm learning way more outside of school. So I've heard that a lot of people who are in cybersecurity programs, they're not learning as much as they'd like to from their classes, and they usually supplement their education with stuff on the internet, like YouTube and like platforms like TryHackMe and Hack the Box. Neems asks, does a network pen tester need web pen testing? Web pen testing is network pen testing. All web apps run on a network, so technically web app pen testing and network pen testing are the same. So you need to know a bare minimum of web application stuff to do network pen testing. So bye, Mr. Hat. I have breakfast and looking for other places for the same vulnerabilities. Let's see. Sick of the Mind says, in the consulting space, they're not the same engagement. They're not exactly the same engagement, but there's definitely like a separation. There's a separation between web app pen testing and network pen testing. Network pen testing is mostly like Active Directory stuff. So if you're doing web app pen testing, you're only testing the web application, and they'll give you like a scope with, like your target is example.com, or your target is like an IP range with a bunch of different IP addresses, and all of the web applications that are actually, that's not the case. It's not usually like an IP range. The IP range is usually more for network pen testing. Sick of the Mind says, being able to do both web pen testing and network pen testing independently makes it easier to keep your billable hours up because most engagements are web. I'd say that if you're looking to have gainful employment, it's hard. It's hard to specialize in just network pen testing because there's a lot less demand for network pen testing over web app pen testing. There's a lot more people testing web apps. So making yourself like exclusively a network pen tester, it's probably not a very good decision if you're looking to get hired quickly. Okay, but with all that said, what are we doing now? You should do, okay, GredXT says you should probably do a national cyber league. It's like a bit late to set up, but I love that competition. And let's see, THM would be a good start. If you're interested in web, then Portswigger, let's see. Arise Heart says AI is promoting laziness. Yeah, a lot of people say that people who rely on AI exclusively are losing the ability to do problem solving. Yeah. Okay, so Pined Pixels, are you still around? Let us know if you're still around because we've been trying to give you some advice. Sick Mind says if you specialize in network and want to only specialize in network, focus on red team AD innovation techniques, information overload. Pine Pixel, yeah, you said that you were. I forgot where we were in the challenge. We're trying to figure out how to use the curl SUID binary to do privilege escalation. I mean, I'm pretty sure we can definitely get the privilege escalation done. I just need to figure out what the curl command looks like to upload files. Read out shadow? I mean, I guess we could. That's a pretty good start. So Pine Pixels, it's really useful. Thanks. Why don't you come by the Discord server? So anybody who's not on the Discord, you could check it out. GredXT says read out shadow. I mean, Timeless? I'm not too sure how to pronounce your name. Let us know how to pronounce your name, but thank you very much. Grind and stay curious. So Pine Pixels, are you looking to you're a high schooler right now? If you're a high schooler right now and you're doing your final year and you're looking into getting into college to do cybersecurity stuff, what would I say is some good advice? So the first thing you want to do is you want to find out what kind of role you want to do in cybersecurity. Do you want to, so timeless. Okay, great, thank you. So if you want to do network pen testing, if you want to do web app pen testing, if you do want to do digital forensic stuff, you probably want to get into like Pico CTF. Like Pico CTF, it's a pretty good place to learn about different aspects of cybersecurity. So as far as like cybersecurity like specializations are concerned, there's stuff like there's cryptography, there's reverse engineering, forensics. These are all very common categories when you do your cybersecurity like CTF challenges. If you enjoy one of these over the other, then you might want to look into a role that uses these skills. So, for example, if you really like binary hacking and reverse engineering, there are roles like malware development or threat hunters that you could look into. If you like web stuff, you could look into web app pen testing or network pen testing, and and forensics as well. So Defa says you don't know what you want to do when you start out. That's true. Part of getting into cybersecurity is figuring out what is your passion, because most people don't have a curiosity for everything in cybersecurity because it's hard because there's way too many things to learn. The first thing is to try out a little bit of everything to figure out what you're best at and what interests you the most. Okay, so let's see. I guess the easiest thing we could do is we could try to read the etc shadow file and crack the hash. Let's see, curl file upload file download fetch a remote file via HTTP request. So URL equals curl URL o something file. Okay, so if we're here and we want to curl file upload exfiltrate. Been looking at Pico CTF and learning the basics, but I'm struggling right now on how to gain hands-on experience to put on the resume. So I would say that the first thing you want to do is try out a bunch of different Pico CTF challenges. I mean, I've got a list. I've got a playlist on YouTube. So try out all the different categories. Oh, look, I'm live. Where are my Pico CTF challenges? Here they are. So go over to the playlist and follow a bunch of challenges across a bunch of different categories and figure out which category speaks you to the best. Then from there, like I said, you can figure out which roles in cybersecurity use those skills, and you can start refining your training and your education towards that. Okay, let's see. File write, file read. You can read data from files, okay? So curl file, L file. Let's see, etc. shadow. Can I just read it? Yeah, I can just read it. I can just read the darn. So there's no root hash. There's no root hash, so that's not the way we're going to be doing that. I mean, is there? There's no root hash, and there's. Let me see if there's an IDRSA file in the root directory. So root.ssh.idrsa. No, couldn't open it. Huh. Yeah, okay, couldn't open it because it doesn't exist. I have 100 videos on that playlist. Well, I mean, you know, I'm trying to appeal to the darn algorithm. File path must be absolute. Okay, so let me look up how to. Oh, we want to do the upload. So let's see. File upload. Can exfiltrate file download. It can download remote files. So okay. So let's make sure that we can create root owned files. So Python, let's see, HTTP server on port 80. Okay, let's see if we can download that thing. Defus says, get an HTTP student subscription, do 100 boxes, do CPTS path on Academy and get the cert. Then you have something to put on your resume, and it's pretty good starting to cybersecurity. I mean, that sounds like a very good way to do it if you definitely want to get into pen testing. The thing is that they may or may not be they may or may not have their passion in doing, like, you know, in doing network pen testing and web app pen testing. So the first part is figuring out if it's pen testing you like, or if it's something like digital forensics, incident response, or something else. But after you've determined that, then yeah, if you've determined that you want to do pen testing as the role that you want to do in cybersecurity, then what Defus says about getting a Hack the Box student subscription and then just, you know, hacking all the things, that's probably a good way to do it. Okay, so couldn't open this file. Let's see, we're serving on this port here, so we can probably try to download the file. Curl HTTP our IP address. User.txt. What did that do? Why is there a file called root shell? Okay, so this didn't save anything. Oh, I guess we need to specify an out file as well. Out file temp users.txt. Okay, so users.txt, the thing that we downloaded, it is owned by root, which means that we can, let's see. Second in mind, the best way to learn tech is to work in it. Doesn't matter what you're doing. I've always heard just to start in IT. I mean, the thing is, if you want to work in IT, a very neutral thing a neutral way to go about it is to just try to train yourself to get in a help desk job. So you can get a help desk job by okay. Let me pull up got my text editor here. So if you want to get a help desk job, you can give yourself some very, very generic IT training. So something like A+ certification from, what is it called, CompTIA? There's a bunch of CompTIA certs. So the A+ certification, the Network Plus certification. And if you've got these two certifications, then you're qualified to do a job at the help desk. And then from the help desk, after, if you're willing to put in the time at the help desk for a couple of years, you could, while you're doing your job, you could start studying for something else. You'll also learn a lot about how to work inside of an IT environment while you're at the help desk job. Second in mind says, pen testing isn't an entry level field. While some can do entry level, they have to invest a significant amount of time to learn the basics to get a foot in. Yeah, I mean, I got a pen tester job as my first job in IT, but I feel like there was a lot of experience in the IT field that I was lacking when I did my first pen tester job. So I would say that if you're not in a huge rush, you should try getting into cybersecurity, especially pen testing, from another like related IT role. Second of mine says a much younger me ran low voltage network cables. I did help desk for Dell Business Systems. I have maybe 2 Microsoft certifications back then. Yeah, back then. I mean, I kind of wish I'd gotten into tech a lot earlier, but you can't really turn back time. Okay, so let's do one last soundtrack. How about some cyberpunk stuff? Yeah, you you also have to be a person that's not chasing money if you're doing cybersecurity. You have to be really into computer stuff. Well, I mean, if you're doing computer stuff, if you're doing computer stuff related to cybersecurity. There's a lot of other jobs that aren't necessarily super techy, but I don't generally talk too much about it. Okay. So let me we can definitely upload like a new password file. We can do privileged write. Okay, so shadow. So what we're doing is we're creating a shadow root user. Okay, so to create the user, how do we create the user? I need to take a look at the guide again. Linux privilege escalation. Let's see. Oh, actually, wait. So it's writable password file. There was one by this guy named Raj. I can't remember. Yeah, this one right here. Okay, let's see. Pine Pixel says, I'm gonna look at the videos and build on the skills. Thank you very much for your advice. No worries, no worries. Yeah, come by the Discord if you want to chat. Okay, so what are we doing? So we're modifying the etc password file. Adding user by default method. Add user. I mean, we're not really adding users. We're just open SSL. We need to create a password. So open SSL password something something. Okay, so let's run open SSL password. Let's just say that the password is going to be password. Okay, so this is what we want to add to the password file. Let me start modifying it over here. Okay, so this is what we're going to put in the X part over here. And we're just going to make sure that everything else looks just like the root user. Only the name of the user is not going to be root, it's going to be HackerFrog. Hey! Okay, so I think this is all we need to do. We just need to include this stuff here. We'll write this out, and then we'll upload this to the target. Okay, and this adds a new user to the target, which has all of the permissions of the root user. Okay, so let's serve the Python file again. Then we'll do, what was that curl command? So curl we'll upload the password file. We'll put it in etc password. Okay, and then we'll take a look at it. Okay, so there's a HackerFrog user in here now. So we will switch users to HackerFrog with password as the password. And now we're root. Yay! Rooted the machine. Done. There was a .sh directory in here, but I guess there's nothing in there. Yeah, there's nothing in here. Okay. Well, we're done. GredXC says, can you have multiple users with the same ID? Apparently. I mean, I've done this before, and it's looked just like this every time. So the root user has two names. So this is essentially just another name for the root user, but it's got like it has a different name and a different password. But its effective ID is 0, its group ID is 0. It's essentially the root user. There's probably a second solution to download an ID RSA. Probably. Update and upgrade. What would that do? All right, so we've managed to finish the box. We didn't finish the box cleanly. We had to cheat. We had to take a look at the write-up, but the write-up was the intended way in. This is some BS. If this is actually like, I don't know. Maybe what we need to do is we need to take every single weird string and we need to add it to a potential password file. Thank you very much, Karen, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Okay, Diva says authorized keys uploading ID RSA would just leak your private key. I mean, I'm not too sure what the proper way to do this is. Whenever I find privileged file write on a system, it's usually going to be something like the solution here. Of course, I'm only looking at it from like a CTF player perspective. I'm not too sure what the most secure way to do this would be. Although I guess this is a pretty secure way to do it. You're not really endangering the security of the server by like adding a new user here. You're not modifying other users. You're not deleting files on the system. But Cypher and Abel, hello, nice to see you here. You could have downloaded and authorized keys files with your public key into root SSH directory. I mean, could we try that right now? Downloaded an authorized keys file with your public key in it. root.ssh directory. The thing is that I'm not sure if the, oh, you know what? The funny thing is that if you've got privileged file write, you could overwrite the SSH configuration files. So, what was it? Where is ssh.configuration? Find / Cypher says, I don't consider write-ups cheating because they are never direct spoilers. You still have to figure them out, and they leave major gaps. I mean, it really depends on the write-up. Some write-ups are like step-by-step, and some write-ups are very vague. So it's kind of a toss-up whether or not they're directly a spoiler. I mean, this directly spoiled this here. Okay, so what was I trying to look up? SSH configuration file Linux. Okay, so .ssh/config etc ssh config. So, I mean, here's the thing. We can take a look at this file, and this file may or may not say that root is allowed to log in, or any other number of SSH configurations. The thing is that because we've got privileged write access, we could create a new file that has all of our permissions here. Knowing that there's a user.txt, you could easily guess that you need to read root.txt without a shell. You aren't cheating yourself if you learn something new by looking at the write-up. I mean, if you look at the write-up and it's something that you've already learned before, then you can feel a little bit bad because you could have figured that out yourself because you've already encountered it. But if it's a new technique that you've never done before, then you can't blame yourself for not knowing something that you haven't tried. So in that case, looking at the write-up is justified, and it's probably the way you want to do it, because the only other solution is to not complete the challenge. And if you don't complete the challenge, you didn't learn anything. But anyways, I should probably get going because it is getting a bit late where I am. So you know what? we're gonna take a look at InfoSec streams to see if there's any cool InfoSec people online right now. I don't see anybody here, but there might be somebody on Twitch. Just a second. Okay, we got Moohoodles, we've got science streams, we got who else do we have? You know, we haven't raided into science streams in a while. Defa says, I always look at a write-up even when I finish the box without a write-up already. You're not marked live yourself. Yeah, no, I'm not. So, I mean, nobody's listed as live. So it might be that the website is kind of broken right now. Yeah. Defus, you're correct. Sometimes when I finish a box without a write-up, I'll still look at the write-up because sometimes there are some things that other people know, and they might have like a better technique for doing the box than you did. So it's always good to look at write-ups. It's just you shouldn't look at write-ups before you've made a genuine attempt yourself. That's the only thing. Okay, let's try raiding into science streams. But before we go, let's talk about what we're doing this week. So HackerFrogs, today's Linux Monday, we finished. And next time we're going to be doing Web App Wednesdays. So that's going to be on October 15th. We're doing Hack the Web, all sorts of it's the most fun German CTF site that I've used so far. Defus, can you recommend like a good CTF site in German? Are there any good CTF sites that are kind of like Pico CTF, but they're in German? If you know of any, please let me know. It might even be a trivial bash command that I didn't know of yet. You can always learn something from other people. They've always got some interesting stuff. Hackers always have the best lessons to teach. Second of Mind says, I used to use a Russian one like 10 years ago. Second of Mind, if you remember what that site was, let me know, because I'm really impressed with the Italian site. So the Italian site is allitcyber.it, and they've got like 700 challenges on here. And the thing is that like if I told myself like, oh, I can't do that, it's in another language, I would be robbing myself of being able to solve all these challenges and learn all this stuff. But yeah, we're going to be doing Hack the Web. We're going to be doing HackerFrogs AfterSchool Web App Hacking Session number 4. We're going to be doing a demo on web app hacking exercises at Pico CTF. I'm not too sure which ones yet, but I'll be demoing new challenges over there. And then we're going to be going over to allitcyber, and we're going to be doing web app hacking over there. Lots of fun. Shell Intel says, if you're learning Italian, you get double the skills. Of course. A free and full AD environment with phones and firewalls and clients. What, really? Whoa, Flag Yard. I think it's in Arabic. You know what? I should take a look at Flag Yard. Sure. Hold on. I'll look it up offline, but thank you very much for letting me know about that, Divas. Okay, so let's see. So yeah. So the next stream is on Wednesday. Hope to see you there. If you're Canadian, happy Canadian Thanksgiving to you. To all my American friends, we'll do Thanksgiving in November, as per usual. Pentest. Oh, nice. Pentestit.ru. Yeah, let me look at that. Although I hope the site doesn't attack me. Okay, so everybody, we're going to set up the raid for the science stream. Let's do that right now. /raid. Oh, what is that person's? Science streams. Okay, science. Okay, so everybody, thank you very much for coming to today's stream. If you are not on the, whoa, let me check out your link, Sick in the Mind. Even Jack Hallen had write-ups for that site as well. Huh. Okay. So we're going to be back on Wednesday. Everybody, thank you very much for coming today, and hope you have a great rest of the week. We will see you. VulnLab is a German CTF site for me, is it? Nice. All right, so everybody, when you arrive on the science stream, please give this message right over here. Hip Hop Hack, OS Frog Hip Hop Hack. Creator is German. Awesome. Okay, everybody. Rating in 3, 2, 1. See you all next time.